Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. There we are back from the perspective of the others. The biggest problem is I hear myself twice. That annoys me a bit, but yeah, found the problem. Thank you for joining the stream here. We just had the watch party from a recording standpoint, and now here's a second stream where we continue with the analysis that we did yesterday. And yeah, I maybe have to add things to it at some point. But yeah, we stopped at the middle of the Eregion section, kind of. There are quite a few things to discuss. We might say things twice. That might happen. Sorry for that. I think we discussed the Tuor, Beren, and Eärendil reference yesterday. So there we put some time into this. But yeah, nice that you all appear here. Let me just update something really quick. Oh, I should have done this more mindful. No, that's wrong. Let us see. So, there was a watch party. Let me just add the link to the other thing there. Okay, there's a lot of stuff missing. I'll have to do this maybe different than I planned. Let me just see if this is right. One moment, chat. We continue a moment. Give me a short moment to get the linking stuff right. So people find the links that maybe watch the other stuff so that forget this otherwise. And yeah, it was an interesting episode. We've just seen it again. Learned a few things, maybe I noticed a detail that we can discuss right here at the start. I've already, our first discussion point for this thing. It's just a small detail I did not notice before. I just noticed it while rewatching the show. So there's that. Okay, so in the link, everything here is linked in this video already. The watch party not, but you find it here on my page, of course. And for the other stream, okay, old episode also has everything linked. Okay, awesome. So we have all this linking and production and YouTube things out of the way. That means we can start into the episode. So welcome everyone yet again to the analysis of The Rings of Power Season 2, Episode 5, Part 2. Not that the episode has a Part 2, but this is the second part of this analysis. And yeah, we have to jump back, unfortunately, into the other episode, because there is a scene in Eregion I have not noticed before, which is a very interesting detail. So we have this scene where Narvi creates the doors of Durin. I have to find it. We discussed the Doors of Durin already, that I remember. The problem is I don't know where it was. And we wondered about something. I have to get a good screenshot for this. We wondered why these the carvings into the door, like you could read the letters. And I had this theory. I found it, chat. I had this theory that the Isildur is not applied yet to this, and this is why you can still see the carving in the door. And interesting, the show doesn't tell you why that is the way, but it has which I kind of like. It has an explanation for this, that this theory is actually true. Isildur, the moon letters, not fully applied to doors of Durin yet. There is a scene that shows this actually in the show, and I didn't notice until just recently. So let me get the production up. I have the screenshot because I just noticed that we couldn't prepare it. But yeah, in this screenshot you can see it actually. Here you see the door of Durin there at the side, and you see a little bit of these Isildur material being applied to the door. If you look carefully here, you see this. It's only a little bit of it that glows a little bit, but it's not applied to the complete door yet, which is very cool. I also have to catch up with chat now, so I'm a bit sorry for this, but this was important because I think we might have missed this part here already, and I think we are far further into the analysis yet. Yeah, very neat detail. I noticed this just while we did the watch party and said, oh, that is cool. That is actually this thing. I wanted to show it in the analysis stream because maybe people say we missed this. No, we spotted the detail. Awesome. I always like seeing stuff like this in the background and so on. That's, in my opinion, pretty cool. So now we have to figure out where we last dropped off. But before this, yeah, welcome everybody. Sorry for the lack of introduction. So Mart is here, Aurelian, Windensat is here, Aristoteles is here. That's good, I guess. Spielkalb is here. Welcome, Rosemary, of course. Chai. I think I welcomed you already in the other stream. Otaku Senpai is also here, of course. Did I overlook somebody? Maybe. Alex is here. Have I overlooked? Enric is also here. Welcome. I think we have not welcomed you yet. So yeah, here we are. Welcome everybody. So I haven't looked at chat much because I tried to find the screenshot for quite some time. But to make the screenshot in the background to find the scene. Yeah, there's a discussion. I haven't followed it from the beginning. About a bit about merchandise stuff. But yeah, it seems like potentially Middle-earth Enterprises has the rights for this, but not the merchandise. Amazon doesn't have the merchandise rights, maybe. So there can't be much merchandise, which might be different for Warner Bros. That's why there's so much merchandise for Peter Jackson film stuff, but not for Rings of Power. Which is a bit unfortunate because there's some really cool stuff like a poster, a really big sized map for the wall or something would be pretty neat, to be honest. There was also a mention of the stuff. Oh, I knew you would want the map, yeah. The map would be pretty cool, to be honest. They have some nice visuals, yeah, that for sure. Like, the visuals are pretty good in the show for the most part. I do wish there was a little more cross-culture between Eregion and Khazad-dûm. Yeah, I agree on this, Chai. Like little details, the old dwarves in the streets, etc. Right now, it doesn't feel like there's friendship between them. Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. It was also my bit of criticism. I used the example of Narvi last episode, where Celebrimbor and Narvi meet. Not sure. Here's a scene where they meet. This is the first time we see them together on screen. Like, Prince Durin had more screen time with Celebrimbor than Narvi, and here they made these doors kind of in between. It would have been really cool if they took a bit more time to add some little nice scenes here and there with the dwarves. As a result, the show this episode was very busy. It needed to bring a lot of things there. It was still a good episode, don't get me wrong, but to become a really good episode, like that is also comparable with others, they would need to take the time to establish those, or to become a really good show. They would need to establish these little friendships, in my opinion, so the world feels more alive, connected. Here you still have all these theatrical pieces or set pieces stitched together, you know, and it feels like, oh, they have just this scene in mind and they play the scene, and the scene is pretty decent then, whatever, but the other stuff doesn't work. Straight off the Shire. Thank you, much appreciated for your generosity. Very awesome. Not sure how I earned that yet, but thank you, much appreciated. So yeah, another shout out, of course, and need to kind of get back to track here. Chris, please. The first season also made it seem like Durin and Elrond were unique in their friendship. Yeah, that's also a problem. I'm not sure if it was your comment. Somebody commented on my video when I criticized this, and I think that's a fair response to my critique, that they portrayed it that it's unique, so it would be strange if there's now another elven friendship. But I think overall for the show, just how they, for example, like they would not have to start. Like Elrond was an old and Durin was like an old friendship. They could have started that Celebrimbor visits Moria or something, then meets Narvi and they have a talk or something, and then, I don't know, have a few scenes, little scenes here and there. But the season 2 is so busy because it feels like they wasted so much time in, especially in season 1, that they have to kind of rush a few things. I think the whole mystery box approach is not really helping here. But yeah, we discussed this yesterday already. We're repeating ourselves already. It's a good question if Narvi is a Northern name. I would assume it is, but let us double check the name, chat. It seems it is Old Norse. It appears in the prose edda. The meaning of the name is unknown. I'm not sure, like, when it comes to Old Norse on the stress, but it would be actually Narvi. Maybe Narfi could also be. It has a spelling Narfi in Old Norse. Wait, in drafts? Okay, I have to get up my prose edda for this. Let's go to the Dwergatal and look if Narv, how he's spelled. Oh no, chat. Could it be that he's not in the oh no, it's complicated now. You know why it's complicated? I think like there's in the prose, in the poetic edda, there are two like there's a section called Dwergatal, and there it's basically a long name list of dwarves, and all these names are there. However, there are some additional lines to the Dwergatal. There are different sources for this poetic edda part. One is the Codex Regius. Codex Regius is one source, that's the oldest one, and then there's another one, I think it's called the Hauksbok, and there's some other that's a bit new, it was developed a bit later, potentially using a source from its time, maybe related to the Codex Regius, the King's Book, Koning's Book. I think it's also called in Norse. Hope I don't throw things here together. But there's also another source where this Dwergatal is in, and that is called Hauksbok, I think. And that has some additional names. Narvi could be from there, because I don't see the name Narvi in the Codex Regius thing. Dwergatal, by the way, means something like reckoning of dwarves or something like this. Little narwhal. That's cute. That's funny. The problem is I don't have the Hauksbok currently available to I cannot available, but I have to search it. But since it's a question, we can try to find it really quick. Really quick for sure. Language stuff. I think I found it. Voluspa Hauksbok. Okay. No, I don't find it in the Hauksbok. Maybe here's another one. It's always complicated. No. Don't find it, chat. I found a cool page at some point where you had like a comparison table between what is in which book. I can't find it anymore, chat. It had such a cool table for that. It was a wiki thing, Nordic names. That's unfortunate. Doesn't help. Manuscripts. We have the actual manuscript. That's not helpful. Ah, here, found it. Konungsbooks, Hauksbooks combined. This was the page. No, I don't find it, chat, in the poetic edda. It might exist. I'm not sure, chat. Can't tell you right now. It would take too much time to do the research right now here on stream. Sorry, I'm not too big of an Old Norse expert here. Just want to point this out. I have looked into these things a bit out of interest, but I'm not an expert. So yeah, we have to go back. There were some potential messages now. So listen, interesting, Chris. I thought the A may switch to O as in... Yeah, that depends a bit how it's written, because like in Throin or in Thrain, however it's pronounced, when Tolkien writes the A, there is a diacritic above it, which I assume is there to hint at the long A, and the long A in Old Norse is pronounced O. However, the normal A, the not long A, is pronounced A. So it would be Narvi in this case. Narvi in Tolkien's works is never written with a long A. So we would have to actually look at the Poetic Edda and see if Narvi is written with a long A or not. I don't think so. As a result, the reason for that is, So sorry that it took me just so long. That's why these analysis streams always take such a long time. At least I found the page where it's in all the names. So that's something, I guess. Maybe I can link it to you, chat. In case you are interested, there's the Konungsbox, that's the Codex Regius, and the Hauksbox. There's some names that are not in... it's like web archive. Somebody made this awesome table here. And we'll notice, if you look into this, that some names don't appear... won't appear in all the things. I think the name Dane, or if you pronounce it Old Norse, I would assume it's Doin. Doin is not in the Codex Regius, he's in the Hauksbox. So stuff like that. So basically here you can see that the different stanzas, and you can say, well, this is here, part of that, and so on and so forth. I grow climbing roses over the sea. People. Okay. Uduzert summoned the other dwarf lords. Were the leaders of the Blue Mountain clans already dwelling in Khazad-dûm? Yeah, that is something we discussed last stream as well. It's hard to tell when, like, the Nogrod and the other things were abandoned. It's not clear when, but in the Second Age, at some point, the dwarves, the Firebeards, and I think the Broadbeams. I always have trouble memorizing which clan belongs where, but the Firebeards definitely are the Blue Mountains. And those at some point go actually to Moria, so they might potentially be also somewhere there, or in Khazad-dûm, or in the neighborhood of it. Who knows how this works exactly. Well, he took the fairest form as he can. Like, I know in the fandom there's definitely people who say they want to see hot Sauron. So that's what we get here, kind of. But yeah, I don't know. Let us move on a bit, because what was the last scene we discussed last time on stream, chat? Oh, I can just look it up, basically. This I made for screenshot today. The Flying Hammer. This was a scene where we stopped our analysis, chat. So we have to switch to the Flying Hammer stuff. For questions of... We can also rediscuss some parts previously discussed. They were just messages of those, so it's hard to tell where they belong to. 40 of the Second Age, but some dwarves remained especially there. Yeah, do you know which was the source for the Blue Mountains? Was it not even in Lord of the Rings? Or was it, I don't know, peoples or something? So yeah, that maybe some contradicting accounts. Eriador, Arnor, and the heirs of Isildur. At its greatest, Arnor included all of Eriador. It's the end of the Second Age, except the regions beyond the Lune and the lands of the east of the Grey Flood and Loud Water, in which lay Rivendell and Hollin. Hollin is the name of Eregion. Beyond the Lune, or Hlune, that's one of the toughest names for me to pronounce. So here it's written with just Lune, L-U-N-E, without the H. However, it was elvish country, green and quiet, where no man went, but dwarves dwelled and still dwell in the east side of the Blue Mountains, especially in those parts south of the Gulf of Lune, where they have mines that are still in use. For this reason, they were accustomed to pass east along the Great Road, as they had done for long years before we came to the Shire. That's one passage. It is said that the mounds of Tyrngorthat, as the Barrow Downs were called of old, were very ancient, and that many were built in the days of old First Age, before the forefathers of the Edain, before they crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand. So there's no mention of dwarves here. After the end of the First Age, the power and wealth of Khazad-dûm was much increased, for it was enriched by many people and much law and craft, when the ancient cities of Novgorod and Belegost in the Blue Mountains were ruined at the breaking of Thangorodrim. So when Beleriand was destroyed, Angband, the fortress of Morgoth, was destroyed with Thangorodrim, the 3 volcanic mountains above it. The power of Moria endured through the dark years, and the dominion of Sauron but was enriched by many people and much law when the ancient cities were ruined in Thangorodrim. So this implies that the people came from the Blue Mountains to Khazad-dûm at some point. What is interesting here in this context is, of course, that some, as we just learned, remained back. It's undefined. We know that Thorin, or Throin, the father of Thorin Oakenshield, at some point establishes his halls in the Blue Mountains as well, and then later they go back to Erebor in the Hobbit. But yeah. The power of Moria endured throughout the dark years and the dominion of Sauron, for though Eregion was destroyed and the gates of Moria were shut, the halls of Khazad-dûm were too deep and strong and filled with a people too numerous and valiant for Sauron to conquer from without. Thus its wealth remained long unravished, though its people began to dwindle. And that's it for the Blue Mountains. Actually, there must be another story of the Blue Mountains, actually, an appendix. Are they called Ered Luin? And soon afterwards they removed and wandered until home in exile in the east of the Ered Luin beyond the Lune. That's when they made the thing here. Most of these dwelt in Lindon, west of Ered Luin. Luin is it's not pronounced Luin, it's Luin. It's hard, a bit difficult. The UI is one syllable. It's a diphthong. But before the building of Barad-dûr, blah, 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 it's all elven stuff. So many dwarves are here. That's where you got from Appendix B. 40 second age 40. The 40 years roundabout into Second Age. Many dwarves leaving their old cities in Ered Luin. So Novgorod and Belegost, as we just read, go to Moria and swell its numbers. So it might be that the kings of the Blue Mountains maybe remained there, even though they are not have the same power anymore. It's hard to tell because a Longbeard later goes there. So there's that. Also have to check something really quick. A very interesting question, chat. Sorry for going a bit off chat here. They settled south, in the south of Edith Duin beyond the Shire. 2802 actually. Interesting. Whatever, chat. That was the Dwarven section here. So very good question. Many, not all dwarves, yeah, exactly, leaving Otaku Senpai. I agree, it's definitely not all of them. But we found the sources for this. Start from the beginning in Eregion, but then we would have to repeat everything we already said. Appendix A, also Appendix B. Yes, yes. Was Numenor discussed, Chai? Not yet. We come to Numenor after. I would complete the Eregion and Dwarf section first, then we come to Eregion, because to Numenor, because I feel like Lindon, Eregion, Khazad-dûm belong together here in this episode. To be fair, Anatar wasn't telling Myrdania that she is beautiful or that he likes her or whatever, just that her hair reflects the light, reminded him of Galadriel. He was not overly hitting on her. I guess there are definitely different interpretations of these scenes for sure. I also felt like, yeah, he reminds... I'm not sure what the implications of this is. He might use her in some way that's... I'm kind of worried for Myrdania, to be honest. I really like the theory that Myrdania is actually Celebrian under a different name in Eregion to kind of hide her while Galadriel does dangerous stuff. Something like this, maybe. But I think that might not be true. The Dwarf Ras thought it started earlier. Yeah, he was obviously flattering her so she would support him. Yeah, he tries to gain her trust because that might help him, I don't know, play them against each other, the other Smith versus Celebrimbor, because Celebrimbor acts strange in this context. And he has to kind of convince the others why that is, and so on. So in a strange way, he plays the good. Anatar plays the good cop, and Celebrimbor plays the bad cop in this episode. That makes sense. They say, "We failed. You're all terrible. We should do it better." And everybody who doesn't give its best is not a Smith of Eregion anymore. I kick you out. You weak elven smith. And then Anatar comes and say, yeah, Celebrimbor and so on, and tries to be nice to them and so on. And it's kind of part, I think, of his manipulating stuff. So how does Durin the Third know an ace from a pickaxe? Can we discuss how Adar knows Quenya? Very short answer. It's a bit difficult. It's a very strange thing, Otaku Senpai, that he knows both things. I mean, he's very old, but if he was captured before the Great Journey, then he was captured before Galadriel was even born, and he could not have met Galadriel before. Maybe you heard of her. Maybe he had contact during the War of Wrath with elves, and then this way with Noldor elves to be precise, maybe there he learned Quenya, because Quenya was for a time not a forbidden language in Beleriand, and the Noldor would still use it among themselves, I guess. And then they switched slowly to Sindarin. So maybe in this context he learned Quenya, because his language that he's speaking would be, I'm not sure if he's also a Noldor. Let's assume he's a Noldor. So he would speak a proto-version of Noldorin Quenya. Wouldn't Adar have been an Avari? Technically, could also be. There are multiple theories. He could be one of the descendants from the unbegotten elves. So let's say he's second generation or third or something, or maybe fifth or whatever. Then he's around about the age of Círdan from this perspective, maybe. Then he was captured by Sauron and transformed into orcs. Like, the orcs have to appear very early in this story. And the Avari, technically, is he then an Avari if he doesn't do the Great Journey when he's captured? You know what I mean? Kind of. Or there's also the theory that the elves started the Great Journey, and then when they started the Great Journey, we also know that the war for sake of the elves started in the First Age. So he could be taken from the Avari. That's also a kind of the idea that when Morgoth took elves, he took them from the Avari, but we also have ideas that the elves vanished from around Cuivien, and there was a forest and something like that where some went missing. You can make definitely thing. Yeah, if Adar was one of the first Uruks, then he had to be captured prior to the Great Journey. Exactly. And then the concept of Avari didn't exist yet, in my opinion, because the Avari existed at the point when the Great Journey started. They were the refusers, those elves who decided to not go on the Great Journey. But that's a very complicated lore topic that we are diving here into. Imagine having 100,000 days tooling. But yeah, as a result, he must have spoken a very early version of Quenya. Maybe due to his experience in the War of Wrath, he maybe learned how the language developed further, the Quenya language, and can speak it. And maybe he just knows that Galadriel, he knows as a name from the First Age, maybe also from the Second Age, and he can translate the name Galadriel into Quenya. And the direct translation of Galadriel into Quenya is Alatariel. So maybe that's the explanation. I think, to be fair, I think the showrunners did not put that amount of thought into this detail. But let us maybe... was there another question, chat? We don't do Q&A today. We want to discuss the show. I'm not getting any progress here. We haven't even started with the first scene. So Anatar states the elven rings are corrupted because Ele deceived his king. Does this make sense, or is it only... I think it does not make sense. I think, though, it's an interesting idea to convince Celebrimbor that this might be the case. I think it's just he pretends that this is the case, when in truth he's Sauron and put his evil power into the rings, and that is why the 7 rings are kind of evil. And he will do this again with the 9 rings, and the flaw will not be done. And he will only notice this when it's too late. The paperweight scene. Yeah, there was a paperweight scene as well. But I think we then said, okay, I jumped back, I think, to the paperweight. My biggest problem, chat, is I don't see paperweight. Here it is, I found it, chat. The best paperweight. So when does this scene appear even, chat? I also really like the details here and so on. We discussed the Durin scene. Yeah, that's before the hammer flying, right? Yeah, the hammer flying in a moment later. Okay, yeah, that's round about that. So, chat, is there anything interesting to discuss here in these scenes? Or shall we jump to the invisible thing? Funny, Chris, you are discussing it. Well, we see the funniest and most confusing scene on screen. Yeah, that's potentially true. Yeah, that's actually a good point. He's working on the doors. We see the doors in the background. Actually very interesting that you mentioned that. There's another interesting screenshot here. Celebrimbor hears noises and voices in the forge. No. Where is my production chat? There's an interesting scene. Here we see the, you can see he's working on the Isildur part. And also in the background here, we also see like a sketch of the doors of Durin. So I really like how they made the scenes here and stuff. So that's pretty cool. See in the background and so on. We have multiple references to that. It's pretty nice. The hammer scene is the bubble of evil from Wheel of Time. I haven't seen, or I don't know Wheel of Time, unfortunately, so I can't really tell you. Maybe I have to elaborate a little bit. We come to the invisibility I want to discuss a little bit, chat. That's a good thing. Good that Otaku Senpai is here, because I know she knows the lore very well. Because my question would be, is there a direct reference that the lesser rings could also make you invisible? I think in theory they must also be able to make you invisible. We come to this in a moment. We assume Mithril is in all the rings. Yes, that is in the show the case. In the book reference for the Mithril is the description of Nenya. Let me see where we have it, chat. Which chapter in Lord of the Rings is it? It is a chapter, The Grey Havens. So at the very end of the book, there's a short description of the 3 rings. There was Gildor and many fair elven folk, and there to Sam's wonder rode Elrond and Galadriel. Elrond wore a mantle of grey and had a star upon his forehead, and a silver harp was in his hand. And upon his finger was a ring of gold with a great blue stone, Vilya, mightiest of the 3. In early versions, Nenya is the mightiest of the 3, but in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien decided that Vilya is the mightiest of the 3. But Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey, whatever that is, and was roped. For a moment I want to read was robbed, but no, it was roped, all in glimmering white, like clouds about the moon, for she herself seemed to shine with a soft light. On her finger was Nenya, a ring wrought of mithril that bore a single white stone flickering like a frosty star. Riding slowly behind on a small grey pony, and seemingly to nod in his sleep, was Bilbo himself. But yeah, I'm not sure, but it's kind of interesting, this detail. So I hope this, also if you must have posted the link at some point. I assume you just missed a dot. Yeah, you just missed a dot. You have to be, when you write and type and you set a dot, be very careful that you have the space after it, else the bot thinks you posted a link. Very unfortunate, Otaku. The problem is I don't have a better bot. In theory, I could have a better bot, but I'm not sure if it works on on YouTube. I think it only works on Twitch. Complicated topic. But this bot helps me quite a bit. I can tell you that. It's so useful to have this. Okay. I just didn't want to make sure, whatever. I tried to memorize this. Yeah, it's another Amazon Prime show. Highly recommend. Bubble of Evil is from the book series by that name, and they haven't shown in the series yet, but probably will. And there's also flying stuff, it seems. Very interesting. Gandalf considered Bilbo's ring was one of the lesser rings, ergo lesser rings must have the power to turn the wearer invisible. That would exactly be my argument for it as well. Rosemary also posted a link, I think. Can you stop that, please? It makes stuff tough to read. I didn't post the link. Yeah, if you write de.de or I don't know, you could even write de. I don't know, fire or de. Plasma or de. handkerchief or something like this. You would still, the bot doesn't check if the top level domain, so the .de, .com, .net, whatever it is, .uk, co.uk or whatever, it never checks the top level. It just sees something and sees it as a link. I assume to save some computation power. Doesn't the One Ring just make hobbits invisible? Because that's something they desire, also because it did report. That's a theory that's quite common on the internet. Rosemary smells. That's a theory that's very common on the internet, but it's actually not true. I can also read you the section that where Tolkien explicitly states this, but all the rings, except the 3, make you invisible. The idea is, the theory that is in the internet quite popular is because the ability of hobbits, they're very good at hiding themselves. And this ability is with the ring enhanced, and that's why he becomes invisible. But that's not true. Like, at least not that's the reason why you are invisible with the ring. So, the chief power of all the rings alike was their prevention or slowing of decay. For example, changed viewed as a regrettable thing. This is from letter, I should mention this, from Tolkien's letter number 131 from 1950 something, 58 I think, to Milton Waldman. Prevention of slowing of decay, for example, change viewed as a regrettable thing. The prevention of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. But also, they enhanced the natural powers of a possessor, that's what we just discussed, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had another power, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called, as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of The Hobbit. So let me just leave the necromancer part away. And finally, they had another power. Finally had other powers more directly derived from Sauron, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So it makes this invisibility works like Tolkien's world exists as two aspects: the seen world, the physical world that the Hobbit see, for example, or men, and then the invisible part of it, the so-called unseen world. And this ring moves you into the unseen, or can move you there. And so the invisible part of the world, the unseen part, becomes visible for you because we also are now in the invisible world. So that was the power of all rings. However, there's one exception that comes in the next sentence. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So that's the change that Celebrimbor made to the 3 rings in the books, that those 3 rings would not make you invisible. You could ask the question, why is it important that these rings make you invisible? Why is this an ability of Sauron? And the answer is in the Silmarillion, in my opinion. So here's about the 9 rings of power given to men. Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day. Mighty in their day. Let me read this again. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day. Kings, sorcerers and warriors of old. They had, as it seemed, unending life. Yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun. And they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. So here the invisibility part is explained again, but too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. So it seems Sauron as a necromancer can send phantoms and delusions to them in the unseen and manipulate them in a very strong way due to this. And this is why those rings are so powerful and why they have this ability to do this. Further, the idea is potentially also to turn men, I guess that was not the initial idea, to turn them into wraiths. Because Gandalf explains a mortal man who has a wing of power is turned into wraiths, basically, because the Nazgûl are not dead. Their body just is removed from the physical world, put to the unseen world. That's why Frodo can see how they actually look on the weathertop when he puts on the One Ring, because there he's moved to the unseen world, and since the Nazgûl also are in the unseen world, he can see them now. They have these black cloaks, but under the cloaks they're invisible, so you don't see them. They faded out of the seen into the unseen, and that's kind of became basically undead, if that makes sense. As a result, they are perceived as ghosts. And yes, the One Ring, if Frodo uses it, reveals that. Would also be the same with all the other rings of power. So I hope this answers the question. The spirit realm, yeah, I would say it's the same thing. It's not necessarily the realm of the undead, of this ghost or so, it's just a different aspect of the world, yes, but it's more, the spiritual thing, I guess, yes. So sometimes it's used interchangeably, I would argue. Sauron only move mushrooms. Yes. So sorry for this long thing here. Sorry for the bad reading. Sometimes, some words or some S's at the end of words slip here and there. I notice this often when I do recordings for videos. And then I have to re-record the section. I have this many times. You would think I learn better. But yeah. Yeah, that's the argument. Crafty Spirit is on also like the same. I said to you half an hour ago, I would make the exact same argument as you, But then Crafty Spirit makes a good argument. Gandalf says to Frodo that it was clear to him from the beginning that it was a great ring. It's the shadows of the past confused why so many people believe that. Gandalf says this because he notices when Bilbo has the ring, he doesn't age. And this is an ability the lesser rings don't have. This is a clear statement. So it must, I think in some section he says, he doesn't age, so it must be a great ring. And this is indirectly says that the lesser rings would not slow your, not prolong your lifespan, if that makes sense, or whatever. And this is very, very interesting detail. So still, since technically Gandalf must have known the remains of all the rings of power, he should have concluded then that only one ring is missing, which is a One Ring. And he didn't do this, so the problem is a bit with Shadow of the Past. That's a strange chapter that is a bit inconsistent here and there with some things. Still, it's very interesting, but yeah, I don't know. It's a very complicated matter. Might the doors of Durin be subject to corruption through the Isildur inscription? That's an interesting question, but I don't think so. Because it's not nobody wearing the ring. It's just a door basically that does things. And Sauron didn't touch maybe the doors. Maybe he did. Who knows? In their making. So I would say no. Especially like the doors of Moria are shut, and then Sauron can't do much against this because what's he gonna do? So I would say no, but I think the reason that you have these rings is kind of interesting, that you have to wear them and then they have some active effect on you. Yeah, looking into the question here, one was lost. Like the remains. The question is, when did he learn about the remains of the dwarven rings? The problem is he meets before the Hobbit. He during the Hobbit actually, he comes to Dol Guldur and kicks Sauron out. And before this even happens, like before the Hobbit, I think it was, he finds Thorin's father in Dol Guldur, and that is where he gets the map and the key from, and that he then gives to Thorin in back end in Bilbo's house, so to say, when they all meet there. And from this point on, Gandalf kind of knew, I assume, that the ring was on Thorin and that Sauron has now the ring. So he knows one ring of the 7 has Sauron. The question is, did he know that that 4 rings were destroyed and 3 were left? And the other 2 Sauron also got, it seemed. Not sure where Gandalf learns this, but there must be some knowledge that was kind of lost to Gandalf, that he still assumed that one of the dwarven rings is missing. He knows that Sauron has definitely the 9. He never had not the 9 rings. He's even Sauron's actively wearing the 9 also. The ring wraiths don't have the 9 with them. So they don't need the 9 rings to be ring wraiths. They also ring wraiths under Sauron's will without these rings. I even have a source for this in case you won't believe me. There's a letter where Tolkien explicitly states this. There's also some hints in Tolkien's in Lord of the Rings for that. Now we're really far away from discussing the episode, but I guess the invisible part was very important here. So letter 246. Let's see, I don't find the section though. Where is it? Here it is. I do not think they could have attacked Frodo with violence, nor laid hold upon him or take him captive. They would have obeyed or feigned to obey any minor commands of his that did not interfere with their errand, laid upon them by Sauron, who still, through their 9 rings, which he held, had primary control of their wills. So that's from this letter. Very interesting. So it's about would the Nazgul attack Frodo if he claimed the One Ring and so on. It's kind of the question Tolkien got. Yeah, also another example why the One Ring also makes other people invisible. This was now about the Great Rings of Power. The One Ring, that's an example. Isildur gets invisible using the One Ring. And he's not a hobbit, so that also works for him. A fog was lifted. Yeah, maybe Tolkien tried to explain this in some way. Great rings include elven rings, which preserve, right? Yes. The great rings are the One Ring, the 3 rings of the elves, the 7 of the dwarves, and the 9 of men. So all 20, that are the great rings of power, these 20 rings. And then there are not clearer defined number of lesser rings. Though from the perspective of the One Ring, sometimes the 19 great rings are also called lesser rings, but that's maybe only in 1 or 2 sentences the case. So, and there are lesser rings where it's actually written always in not capital letters, but it doesn't matter. Usually it becomes clear from the context what Tolkien means. Isildur with ring, he was very old. I was surprised. He was older than Aragorn. I think he was 350 or something like that when he got the One Ring. Isildur was very old at this time. Aragorn died with 220, 250, something like that. Let me just look it up. He died... Oh, I was wrong, chat. Elendil was 350. Isildur was 234. Still very old, so old man. Elendil was 350 or something. Yes, 322 was Elendil. Elendil was 100 years older than his son. Roundabout. These Númenórean lifespans are kind of crazy. Was Celebrimbor involved in the creation of all the rings, great and lesser? That's not 100% clear to me, to be fair. We definitely know he created the 3 rings of power. I would assume he was involved in the process of creating the others, but they were created by... Tolkien often writes the rings were created by the ringsmiths of Eregion, which Celebrimbor was part of, but it was kind of his guild, the Gwais y Myrdain as they are called. And yeah, 234. I also just looked it up. I'm very bad with memorizing numbers. I thought he was also 300, but then I thought, how old is Elendil then? Well, whatever, should fit. I just mixed it up. Elendil is 300 something, and yeah. Exactly. He got it with 232, again, exactly, and 2 years later he died. Due to what we've seen in the prologue of Lord of the Rings, he got ambushed. Same with with some of his sons. I kind of like Astrid, actually. I think it's an interesting character. Could Celebrimbor forge rings without the influence of Sauron that don't make men age? I don't know. It's a very good question, Alex. Also, welcome. What happens when those men wear those rings so long they become ring wraiths? Exactly. When you wear those rings, you become a ring wraith. The problem is a bit, does this also apply when Sauron does not have the One Ring, or when the One Ring does not exist yet? That is not 100% clear to me, so I can't answer you that question, because there's no precedent for that. When the 9 rings were given to men, the One Ring was in Sauron's hand, so that's how it rolls. Still, they would put you into the unseen, so I would also assume they still would prolong your life. I'm not sure if Celebrimbor could make rings. Maybe he could. The reason why we don't know if Celebrimbor could forge rings like that is because the rings he forged were all made for the elves, who are immortal anyway. So the aspect of prolonging your life was never part of these rings. I assume that's a weird side effect of the rings. And interestingly, the side effect does not work for the dwarves. You don't prolong the life of the dwarves with those rings of power, because they are simply different. I assume the reason why they prolong life is all rings were made to slow the decay of Middle Earth. So this is maybe a side effect of this. So in this original Ring of Power design that Sauron gave to Celebrimbor, they always have this side effect on men and alike. Except for dwarves. Dwarves is the exception, of course. But yeah, and then with the One Ring, especially in his hands, they might turn you into ring wraiths. The One Ring itself, you could argue, would turn Frodo into a ring wraith maybe at some point. Who knows? Maybe not, but it's possible. The reason for that is that there's the will of Sauron and the power of Sauron in the One Ring itself. So the ring has a will of its own. It's kind of part of Sauron's being. And if your mind is not like a normal mortal man, is not strong enough to wrestle with Sauron for long. So if you just continue to wear this ring for long, I guess at some point it might overcome you and turn you into a ring wraith or something. So the possibility here exists that it has a similar effect than the other rings of power, but we don't know for sure. And if Celebrimbor could undo this effect or not. Maybe if he undoes the effect, they also don't enhance the powers of the wearers anymore. I don't know. It's a very theoretical question. I wish I had a really good answer for this, but unfortunately not really. So I would say, at least when it comes to the design of these rings, I would say no. I would say these rings always would prolong your life due to their nature. Because that's what the elves wanted to do. They want to preserve, basically undo the decay of Middle Earth that the effect has on them, or on their physical immortal nature. And it seems like this effect, that's my interpretation of this, indirectly makes the body of men kind of also decay less fast. As a result, they stay the same. They don't age anymore and get this effect. It's an interesting idea, actually, now thinking about it. An interesting theory. Why the dwarven rings? I would say the dwarf rings would also make men invisible, but dwarves are kind of strange. The dwarves... Let me just see if I can find the quote here. Of course, I closed this already. Maybe I find it very fast, chat. Dwarves... Return to... All the powers seem to ring, wield, inflame their hearts with greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other things seemed pointless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning, the dwarves were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. And for the same reason, their lives were not affected by any ring, to live either longer or shorter because of it. So this effect simply does not apply to the dwarves. That's kind of the explanation for it. It is not clear if dwarves could become invisible. I would say no, they would not be able to become invisible with the rings. That's a theory I kind of like, but it's not never, to my knowledge, not never explicitly explained by Tolkien if the rings would confer invisibility to dwarves as well. Even to, and it is an interesting topic we need for the next scene with the invisible making ring in a moment. I know this is a very long section, that's why I also wanted to sleep first before we talk about this, because there's a lot to talk here. There's another interesting quote from many meetings. Excuse me. In German we say Frosch im Hals, a frog in your throat. I'm not sure if that's the same in English, but yeah, my ability to use my voice was diminished for a moment. Many meetings. So Gandalf talks about Glorfindel to Frodo when he awakes in Rivendell in his bed after he got stabbed, and Asphalos carried him to Rivendell. It's a bit different. It's Asphalos and Arwen in the films, but in the book it's only Asphalos without any rider. And Asphalos is in the books the horse of Glorfindel. And Arwen replaced Glorfindel, and a role was a bit expanded, which I can understand. That's just excuse me, the context of the topic here. And he talks about these legendary elven lords here. And here in Rivendell, there still live some of these chief foes of Sauron, the elven wise, lords of the Eldar from beyond the furthest seas. They do not fear ringwraiths, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realms on the west continent live at once in both worlds, and against both the seen and the unseen they have great power. So that what I think Gandalf expresses here is that those from the blessed realm who live there, which is the case for Celebrimbor, by the way, and for Galadriel, they live in both worlds at once and have power against the seen and unseen, or great power even. So in this context, that's my personal theory. I made a video about this in case you are interested in this. I called it Seeing the Unseen. That's the video. I can link it here in chat for people interested. Don't watch it now, maybe watch it later or so. But you can also watch it now if you want, but I would not stop here. And yeah, in this video I discussed the theory that if you have seen the light of the two trees, which is the case for Celebrimbor and for Galadriel, you might be able to see the unseen as well. Gandalf is a spirit being in nature. He also lives in both worlds, and in theory, as a Maiar with his full Maiar powers, he can see both. Same with Sauron. So Sauron can also see the unseen, actually. So Sauron, Celebrimbor should be able to see Sauron as he is. Why didn't he in the books? Because the disguise Sauron took must have helped him to prevent anybody from recognizing Sauron. Not even Galadriel could see Sauron as who he is, even though she can, in theory, should also be able to see the unseen. Thank you. It's a very good, informative video. Yeah, I also like the video, to be honest. I forgot what I exactly said because it was years ago I made it, but I remember after the video, making the video, saying, well, it was a pretty decent video I made there. Was kind of happy with the result. So, what's her name? Myrdania shouldn't have been able to see Sauron's true form. Yes, maybe. I mean, she is in the unseen world. That's kind of what is explained. Maybe I switched the screenshot here because pun not intended, not seeing anything. Where was the flying hammer, chat? Flying hammer? Everything is so dark here, chat. Yeah, that's the scene, chat found it. So, in theory, no, she should not be able to see it. Maybe the show does it different, because Frodo, for example, sees the eye often when the red flamed eye, when he uses the ring in some context scenes, so on and so on in the books. But also, especially in the film, it's very prominent. And the Balrog is of course also a spirit being. He lives also at once in both worlds, so he also sees the unseen for sure. I could imagine that Sauron wanted to make Myrdania see him. We don't know exactly in which direction this information and this dialogue plays here. I'm honest, I'm not 100% getting the dialogue either, but it seems like maybe he revealed something to her. Just let me read this here again from the Silmarillion, which I of course skipped. This is for the 9 men, but if you not used to see the unseen, and let's pretend the elves in Eregion were not from the West continent. Let's say she's born in Middle Earth for whatever reason. So maybe she's a Sindar as well. Could also be. Though, yeah, well, it's a complicated topic, but let's pretend she was not born in Aman. Then she is, I think so there's a difference. Those who are born in Aman and have seen the light of the 2 trees are called Kalakwendi, basically the light elves. And then, in contrast, the Sindar elves who have not seen the light of the 2 trees and were never in the realm of Aman. Just to give you an idea where that is. Here. Those are called, so the elves in Aman called Morikwendi, and the elves that are born here in Beleriand or Middle Earth, like Círdan, was born very early, but he stopped his journey here. He never went here. So Círdan has not seen the lights directly, though. He has seen the Silmaril, though, up close potentially even, so that's interesting. Same with Elrond. So the Silmaril has the light of the 2 trees and of the Blessed Realm in them, so it's a special case, I would argue. But let's say you are born here, then you are counted to the Morikwendi, the Dark Elf, so to say. Though there are also other elves called Dark Elves, and this is a complicated topic. The term Dark Elf is sometimes used in very different ways in Tolkien's universe. So I don't want to dive. It would just go too far when it comes here discussing the lore. But yeah. Also, welcome the amazing bad boy. Nice to see you. Yeah, Tom Bombadil can most likely also see the unseen world. I'm not even sure if there's a scene. Like, Tom Bombadil does not become invisible wearing the ring. It could be that Galadriel also does not become invisible, by the way. Same with Celebrimbor, if you would wear the One Ring or a Great Ring of Power. And you could maybe make an argument that also the other elves did not become really invisible. Like, if somebody knows a quote that speaks directly against that elves can become invisible using a Great Ring of Power, let me know. Like, I'm open to learn as well here. Gil-galad, I'm not sure if he has, but I could imagine, like, Elrond seems to me like somebody who might be able to see the unseen as well. But I don't know, Círdan maybe too, who knows? Like, if there are 2 elves who might, like, Círdan is a special case, but Elrond could be, I could imagine that. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Like, this is just a theory. Keep this in mind. I could imagine that if, in theory, an elf like Elrond would be able to see the unseen, then my explanation would be because of the Silmaril. That his mother had. So he was kind of exposed to that. That makes sense. But I could be wrong. I think there's no scene that Glorfindel is another elf, by the way, who has seen the light of the trees. Yeah, he can still see invisible Frodo. That was his. I stopped mid-sentence, right? So Tom doesn't get invisible wearing the ring, and I think when Frodo uses the ring, he does. He can still see him. So Tom Bombadil 100% can see the invisible world. Yes, I think it would be the same for Gandalf, by the way. But maybe his vision of the unseen is diminished due to him being kind of an Istark, clothing himself in flesh, as Tolkien describes it. But as a Maiar, like Olorin could definitely see him. I guess, I suppose, an elder with the ring might be able to choose if he is invisible. Yeah, that's true. There might be an option to move their being into the unseen as well. So maybe they can choose this. Yes, that's also an interesting possibility. The problem is I literally don't know. We're very theory crafting heavy here, because these are some special edge cases that Tolkien never really discussed in too much detail. Yeah, Gandalf, of course, Saruman, Radagast, all the Maiar, the Balrog, all have the potential to see this, and maybe can also, if they had a ring, they can maybe choose to become invisible as well. I mean, in theory, I would no. With Gandalf, Gandalf with full powers can be invisible if he wants, even without a ring. Let me read from the Silmarillion to make my point clear. No. So wisest of the Maiar was Olorin. He too dwelt in Lorien. Lorien in this case is not Los Lorien, but on Aman is the actual Lorien. Los Lorien is named after that. And also the Valar who dwells there is also often called Lorien, but his actual name is Irmo, just for not to confuse people what is the meaning with Lorien. So, wisest of the Maiar was Olorin, that is Gandalf. He too dwelt in Lorien, but his ways took him often to the house of Nienna. That's the statue we will later discuss, interestingly, in the Numenor section. And of her, he learned pity and patience. So that's connected to wisdom. So because of the pity and patience, Gandalf is, I guess, considered one of the wisest of the Maiar, or wisest even. Of Melian, much is told in the Quenta Silmarillion, that's the mother of Luthien. But of Olorin, that tale does not speak. For though he loved the elves, he walked among them, now comes the important part, unseen, or in forms as of one of them, and they did not know whence came the fair visions or promptings of wisdom that he put into their hearts. So he could also appear unseen even to the elves. It's not clear if he means the elves in Aman, because those should in theory be able to see the unseen, or if he means the elves in Middle-earth. That would imply that Gandalf visited the elves in Middle-earth as Olorin at times as well. So yeah, very interesting quote here. Sorry for missing here so much in chat. Yeah, exactly. What's ridiculous. I love that we're still at the first screenshot. Yeah, I'm not the hugest fan of that. That's true. It also mentioned that Melian was maybe a bit restricted after giving birth. I think that's something like this. Again, the law is irrelevant for understanding what's going on in the show. That is true, though. The 3, the 7, and the 9 are explicitly from different design compared to the books, in which they're all the same. Yes. Now it's kind of interesting to see if this is possible from a book's perspective, even if it's different. I know that, but we are still here a book channel, so of course we'll look into the book, and it's fun discussing these edge cases, I think. That's a thought. The one yoinked Frodo and Isildur into the unseen because they were smaller spirits. The 9 rings, though, were made for lesser spirits. Yeah, it could also mean unrecognized, but the unrecognized is also mentioned, like unseen or informs as one of them. Like the or kind of implies either invisible or he changed the form that they could not recognize him. But yeah, it could also mean he hid behind a tree and looked at them from a distance and they didn't notice him or something. It's also a possibility, I guess. We're on target for 1 screenshot per 2 hours, that is true. Yeah, there's also these 3 guardians in Middle-earth. That's also an explicit story, I know. He definitely visited Middle-earth that was in the First Age, but maybe even later. It's not clear if this is also explicitly meant when he was as a guardian there. Do you know of the tapped or approximate R? I know a bit off topic. No. Currently, I don't know what you mean, but he didn't travel via meteor those times. Yes, he didn't travel. Batman. But yeah, I would say we already, we wanted to talk about the scene before. Now we have this scene here. Don't I have a scene of the ring already? No, I don't. I remember the scene. I made this I edited this from the footage. There's some cool cinematography going on. Celebrimbor, watching things move. That is a scene I need. So we have we need a different screenshot, chat. But that's a lot of cool scenes. It's a bit brighter than it usually would be, by the way. But I just keep the filter on because these scenes are so dark all the time. Then something explodes. Embers falling down. There we see some cracks on the ground around the embers. It's not part of the pattern. It's a bit difficult to see, I think. Maybe if I zoom in a bit, you might to see it. So it damages the ground for sure. I think the cracks were gone in the scene before. It's a bit hard to see before the embers, Celebrimbor is basically in the way to show it. Maybe that was done deliberately, so we don't have to do so many special effects there. Embers before impact. Maybe an interesting detail here, it's hard to see, but you see the floor is still intact here in this scene, and then in the next screenshot it looks a bit different again. So there's that. However, yeah, we have the Mirdania scene. Let me see. Here's the scene where we have discussed this now. So the question is, she has, I assume, like the explanation for the lesser rings is now that Celebrimbor decides to not help them because he says, no, 7 is enough. And then Anatar says, then I make the rings myself. But it seems he has some knowledge of the procedure of creating those rings. And he could accelerate what they do here quite a bit by just helping on the project. So Anatar has to kind of make something to convince him to work on those rings again. And he almost slips and tells them what they need to do for this to work better, but he stops on the way. And then he has to convince them by other means, which is very convenient for Sauron. Again, other like convenience writing again. Oh no, there's a conflict. We need an opportunity. Cut those guys. Yeah, Durin is outside and wants to talk with you, and so on. So kind of helps here. If lesser rings make you invisible, I would say yes. In theory, they could. I'm not sure if I'm not 100% sure if the lesser rings have an explicit statement that they make you invisible. Sometimes. So they were round and unadorned, so the lesser rings had no gems. Comparable to the One Ring. During the Third Age, the Hobbits and the Shire tale of magic that they turned people invisible. Okay, that might be our best guess that we find here. There's a source for this. Let's check the source here for that. Riddles in the Dark is a source for that. That is interesting. So let's have a dive into the Hobbit book. Not far away was this island of which Bilbo knew nothing, and there, in his hiding place, he kept a few wretched oddments and one very beautiful thing, very beautiful, very wonderful. He had a ring, a golden ring, a precious ring, my birthday present, he whispered to himself, and he had often done in the end, as he has often done in the dark days. That's what we want now. Yes, we want it. He wanted it because it was a ring of power, not in capital letters written here. And if you slipped that ring on your finger, you were visible. Only in the full sunlight could you be seen, and then only by your shadow. And that would be shaky and faint. And then here's another thing. With a spring Gollum got up and started shambling off at a great pace. Bilbo hurried after him, still cautiously, though his chief fear now was tripping on another snag and falling with a noise. His head was in a whirl of hope and wonder. It seems that the ring he had was a magic ring. It made you invisible. He had heard, so Bilbo had heard of such things, of course, in old tales, but it was hard to believe that he really had found one by accident. Still, there it was. Gollum, with his bright eyes, passed him by only a yard to one side. So that's from the Hobbit book. So it seems like here in these early texts, it really seems, lesser rings made you invisible, potentially. It's not clear if the greater rings might be meant here or the lesser rings, but who knows? It's an interesting idea to interpret it this way. So I would say, lesser rings might also make you invisible. Beligorm's ring mentioned Beligorm, descendant of the house of Belek. Lesser rings. Interesting. Good question. Would Sauron help them make a ring that lets them see their true form? Yeah, potentially not. That's a good point. Since when they test the ring just by putting them on willy-nilly? Did Orome also come in this version? Orome, you mean when... Yeah, I'm not sure if in the Guardian story Orome is mentioned. I'm not sure, actually. Designed by Wally Coyote, the anvil. Would you ask a real smith of design for the fort? It looks cartoonish. I can imagine that for like, if you actually know your work, this might look strange. But yeah. I guess also how the rings are made is it's seemingly put a very weird way. Like the metal on this long thing would cool down and lose temperature and stuff. So it's I heard that it might not be how things work. And there's this trill and a tapped R in this world. I know what you kind of mean. I usually go for the trill because it's easier for me than to tap the R. I know there's instead of a trill, there's a throat R in the world, though. For example, in dwarven names, there would be I don't know. Is there a dwarven name? There's a word Mazarbul, which would be then pronounced Mazarbul. Mazarbul. However, so yeah, the tapped R thing, I don't know. I could imagine that you don't trill it always that strong over times and start tapping it then instead. But at least in Appendix E, Tolkien clearly writes that the R is a trilled R in all positions of the word, even at the end. So it's Istar versus Istar. Yeah, it's not clear if it's a blue wizard there. it's likely because the other Istari are there in the case of the Six Guardians. Would make sense though. Hobbit lore, let's go. Gives the Guardians other names, but the text does identify 3 as Olorin, Saruman, and Radagast. Yeah, the names never appear anywhere else, and here they are besides those. Like Olorin, I think is also called Olorin in the text. I think only Radagast, Saruman is different. But maybe that's already an interpretation, who knows, but wasn't 100% sure if the bracket names were added by Hofstadter or by Tolkien. My tempos look like they're playing tennis. Funny. Now, it might be that the Valarian name is given. Oh, David Day. That's always the name. Yeah, that isn't. If I remember correctly, David Day is the dude who, take him with a pinch of salt. Sometimes he makes stuff up that is not in the book, so as a result, he's in the Tolkien hardcore nerddom not very popular. Yes, because I think there might still be valid information that he has. Yes, creative, but not always accurate. Yeah, that's what Fiona means, that sometimes he makes stuff up. I've told many times, but it's still interesting to find stuff out. Yeah, that for sure. He might have provided works that people find interesting by giving them the names and watching the films along. So I guess David Day lives the spirit of the Rings of Power. Yeah, maybe it's not as bad, I guess. But yeah, it might still be an interesting work. But let's not discuss let's not discuss this guy. Let's focus here on the episode, as we never get through it, chat. Often his books have very neat art by lesser known artists, so yeah, that might also be a thing. But it doesn't matter anymore, chat. So, is there anything left with this scene? We could maybe look at the ring. It's a bit hard to see sharply, chat. Sharply? Yeah, to see it sharp. Maybe this screenshot does a trick. So I assume it's a lesser ring. So here the ring is. It doesn't look unadorned though, to be honest. I'm not sure if this counts as adorned, but it looks a bit adorned. So in theory, it should look very similar to the One Ring, I think. Just imagine like a ring prototype kind of thing. But at least it doesn't look like it has a jewel on it. Will Kilibimbo survive season 2? I doubt it. I also think he might not survive. It looks like there's a socket for a gem on it, but there's no gem in it yet. You know what I mean? Maybe you could stick one in or something. Maybe it holds there. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on this. We need a spin-off of the series about Beric. Beric alone can't save the show. It's adorned, but not adored. Not bad. Well played. Yeah, the dwarves. This year, the dwarves are given the rings directly. In the books, only Durin gets a ring from Celebrimbor. So that's a kind of a difference. But they play this whole thing different in the show. I can kind of understand, though, the reasoning why they do this. And then, yeah, Myrdania is shocked after this scene because she has seen terrible things. She has seen potentially Sauron as his evil spirit being as he is, and is kind of shocked by what she has seen. Is it now, chat, what she has seen in the unseen? Is Anatar later explaining to her that she actually saw Celebrimbor there? Is that the explanation? And the reason for this is because the rings of power he created diminished him in some way. Did I understand this correctly, chat? Or maybe somebody in chat can explain this to me. Now I have the questions and you have to answer. That's awesome. Okay, Rosemary says, yeah, that is implication. So I understood this right. That's strange, to be honest. That's my understanding. Apart from lesser rings, of course, otherwise Gandalf would recognize the One Ring right away. Yeah, I still think, at least at some point, before he found out about all the great rings of power, he must have thought that Bilbo's ring might be a lesser ring. Else it would be very strange. I mean, I guess the biggest indicator for it being not a lesser ring is that Bilbo doesn't age, and he visits him from time to time, so he should have noticed. Anatar makes this implication in a later scene. So I understood this right. Okay, makes no sense. Yeah, I would agree on this. He's definitely deceiving all of them, I think. Yeah, Anatar is deceiving her into distrusting Celebrimbor. Maybe. Here's a weird theory I have for a prediction. Like, why would she need her? Why would she need to deceive her? One prediction could be that at some point Celebrimbor starts to noticing that he slowly goes mad, and that maybe Anatar is a source for this, and he starts to there will be a confrontation between Celebrimbor and Anatar at some point, and maybe Celebrimbor tries to destroy the Nine Rings, and maybe Anatar needs her to save the Nine Rings and bring them to him or something like this. I could imagine that something like this might happen. Most of his power and malice go into the One Ring. That is definitely true. Like, the One Ring is special in this case, but still, the other rings have a bad tendency for sure. Like, the dwarves get too greedy, and then the Balrog comes, destroys them in the Third Age, though not in the Second. The Rings of Men also did some good things for them for some time, and then it also went downhill. For sure, one of the biggest reasons is that the One Ring is there for sure, but I think also in of themselves they might have a bad tendency. Because Sauron touched them. Because Tolkien mentions the touching of these rings by Sauron's hands, so just him touching those rings must have an impact on those. Why should she believe him? I don't know. They work together for some time, so they all believe, they don't know he's Sauron. They believe he was sent from the west. He's like a lord, a Maya from the west, so why should he not believe the ambassador of the west? If Celebrimbor puts his ring on, will he immediately recognize Sauron? No. Because, I mean, in the show you mean? That would be interesting if that is how he gets behind all of this. But like I said, Galadriel and Celebrimbor in the books also could not see through Sauron's disguise, even with those rings, they should in theory be able to see the unseen. As such, Sauron must also have a disguise for the unseen. And that must be, like, his thing here is very powerful, like his disguise. In the books, there's, like, in Nature of Middle-earth, a mention that Sauron, even when he was walking around in Middle-earth, would not leave this disguise, because he could not afford to make anybody suspicious. And as a result, he could not recruit orcs in the Far East. They would just laugh at him because they would not take him serious in this fair form. They would not think, yeah, that's for sure, that's Sauron. And why does she smell dead bodies? Who smells dead bodies? It's a weak point, but how Anatar wiggled his way out of the situation. Yeah, exactly. I kind of like that. To make these discussions work, we have to give it much more credit than the series deserves. Maybe, yes. I mean, I think it's just interesting to talk about the books, and this is a bit about the show as well in parallel. So just hope people find this interesting. I think it's interesting content when it comes to this. I guess Thranduil isn't all that powerful as an Eldar, as he couldn't see invisible Bilbo. Exactly, that is the argument for Sindar not being able to see the unseen. He is a Moriquendi as well, so somebody who has not been to the Blessed Realm yet and has not seen the light, because he's a Sindar, and Sindar never went to Aman. So, as a result, that explains why Thranduil can't see invisible Bilbo when he's around. So, I think that's a fair point. To be fair, it gets complicated in this regard because it's a point from The Hobbit. And in The Hobbit, of course, as we learn, or as we know, is like Tolkien wrote The Hobbit at a time where the One Ring did not exist. So, keep always this in mind, that the One Ring was, from a writing perspective, invented after the publication of The Hobbit. And then Tolkien changed The Hobbit later to make it a bit fit better to this invention. Especially Shadows, Riddles in the Dark was fairly, in the second edition, was changed quite a bit. I don't try to explain Rings of Power. I just try to see if this makes any sense from a book perspective. And sometimes, like, they had the source material and they kind of use it when it pleases them, and sometimes they ignore it when it pleases them. And sometimes interesting to try to dig into this and find out what reference was maybe giving them the idea for this decision in the show, even though it's completely different from the books. Exactly. Powerful, Glorfindel, Galadriel, we discussed this earlier, exactly. They can see the unseen world, very likely, yes. Like Glorfindel, we have an explicit statement from Tolkien that this is, or a situation where he can see letters on this. Oh no. No, don't do this. I just have to find the thing. It's Flight to the Fort, I think. No, it's not letters. Yeah, so Glorfindel shuddered as he took it, the Morgul blade, as it's called. Let me just read a bit earlier. Briefly, Strider told of the attack on their camp under Weathertop and of the deadly knife. He drew out the hilt, which he had kept, and handed it to the elf. Glorfindel shuddered as he took it, but he looked intently at it. There are evil things written on this hilt, he said, though maybe your eyes cannot see them. Keep it, Aragorn, till we reach the house of Elrond. But be wary and handle it as little as you may. Alas, the wounds of this weapon are beyond my skill to heal. I will do what I can, but all the more do I urge you now to go without rest. So yeah, that's so he explicitly mentioned that his eye can see the unseen here, or can see things that mortal eyes can't see. Hobbit law is the only acceptable law, for sure. Oxelion is also here, welcome. What have I missed? We discussed for like 2 hours, 4 hours. We are 4 hours into the stream already? Holy moly. The unseen world, what rings might can do, what rings can't do, if an elf could become invisible, and so on, with tons of theories, because in some edge cases it's simply not clear. That is what you missed. The question, Exelion, maybe also I know you know the law very well. My question would be the following. Is there an explicit statement that a lesser ring can make you invisible? I think it makes sense that they can. We also try to read a little bit into it. Like in The Hobbit, there's in Riddles of the Dark, there's a statement by Bilbo that can interpret it into this direction. Indirectly, Gandalf thinks potentially that the ring Bilbo found is a lesser ring as well. Not one of the great ones yet. Later he thinks it's at least a great one. Stuff like that. Was there another question we had, chat? I'm not sure. But yeah, maybe you know something. Fountain Slayer, of course, Mark. It's a cool theory by Blinded Fool. Old Sauron didn't realize his disguise wouldn't work when someone put on the ring, and now he has to keep Celebrimbor and the others from wearing that. It might be explanation in the show, I guess. Though I think if they make rings and that might make them invisible. maybe he was surprised by her putting on the ring and then, oh, I forgot. I also have to disguise myself in the unseen or something like this. I could imagine. It's an interesting theory, or the show does it differently. Who knows? Like, it's not... I feel like also the Peter Jackson films have created many misunderstandings of how the Rings of Power work and the One Ring. So, from this regard, it works. It's the unseen world, dark matter. That's an interesting idea. I mean, dark matter is not necessarily something universal. Dark matter is kind of a term of some kind of strange matter that is simply not interacting with electromagnetic stuff like light, like waves, electromagnetic waves and so on. It can only be seen through gravitational effects. So we can't observe it directly, but only indirectly. And since we can't observe it, we don't know what it is. And since we don't know what it is, we call it dark matter. But it's an interesting idea that the unseen world is basically made out of dark matter. It's kind of like this. But then it would have to create gravity. So I don't think that's true, though. Interesting, the description given for the undisguised Sauron sounds like the way he was described at the end of the Second Age. Yeah. Maybe we could look into this a little bit. I promise I have to look up what she said exactly. Let me just see the English subtitles. Wait a moment, chat. Let me just watch the episode a bit. At the beginning I thought it was a forge, so she saw fire. But it was not that. Tall. The skin was made of flames. Cut to Anatar there. It's kind of interesting. It came towards me, breathing, reeking of death. I saw his eyes, pitiless and eternal. Thought as a burning man. Gandalf at least thinks that some of the lesser rings could bestow invisibility. Yeah. I also would agree with you there, but I mean, if somebody has like a cool quote for that or so, it would be awesome. What lesser rings were found? If all 20, like, basically none. It's a funny thing about the lesser rings. They thought the one Bilbo's ring was supposed maybe at for some time in Gandalf's mind a lesser ring, but it was not. If all the 20 we know of are considered greater. Yeah, we don't have any example for a lesser ring in the lore, really. We have old Hobbit tales. I just read this. Is a shadow world or unseen world? I think it's a term. Shadow realm is, I think, sometimes used. I think it's the same though. Maybe it's an aspect of the unseen. Who knows? But I think it's a term that's used. I always had a hierarchy like a pyramid. 9 men rings are the weakest, then the 7 dwarf rings, and the 3 untouched elven rings above all the 1. Are the 19 somehow similar in power? Hard to tell. I think Tolkien never puts them into a power hierarchy. We know that Velia is the most powerful of the 3. In early writings it was Nenya, but in versions Tolkien wrote, but since the release of Lord of the Rings, or in the release of it, Velia is the most powerful of the 3. That's the only thing we know. If the 9 or the 7 are stronger or weaker, we don't know. At least not to my knowledge. We know just that these 3 rings are different and also more powerful, potentially, than the other 16 rings. I never knew if the rings have different levels of power or just different levels of users, or both. Yeah, it seems they have different levels of power. At least, why would Velia be the most powerful of those? Does Mirdania mean everything? Mirdan means jewel. So she's... And the... Or Mirdain means jewel, I think. Quais y Mirdain are the folk of the jewels, I think, translated. Quais... Let me just see. That's the name of the smithing guild of Celebrimbor, in case people wonder. Quais y Mirdain means brotherhood of jewelsmiths, kind of. Yeah, Mirdain is elven jewelsmith. I think Mirda or Mirdan is... Mir is jewel. First element, Mir is jewel. That was it. So Mirdania, I'm not sure. What? Something jewel. Maybe Elf Dict, somebody was putting Mirdania into it. No, she's not appearing. Mirdan means in Quenya, or Mir is jewel. I'm not sure if Mirdan or Mirdania jewelsmith. So maybe it means female jewelsmith. Something like that. I don't know. It's an old source, so it's complicated. But yeah, something into this direction. Something with jewelsmith. Prince Dum-Dum. She's Julie, basically. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's a good one. Nice. Like I said, you have to be careful with the dots, because the bot thinks when a space is missing. Yeah, it's a reference to Quais y Mirdain, I assume, as well. But Mirdania is correct, yes. Yeah, Mirdania is her name. Mirdanes. Yeah, that sounds actually better. But like I said, Sindarin grammar is unfortunately not my strong thing, because Sindarin grammar is just, or the fusion of words in Sindarin is just very complicated. Nia is the Latin ending. Yeah, that I guess makes sense. Except in Quenya, there's NYA, of course, I think. But not in Sindarin. Very curious. Can't find anything, but yeah, you might be right. Be called Spot. Narnia. No, Narnia is something. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, also though, it's always complicated to make up new names, I think. Yeah, let's get back to the show at some point. So, I mean, we're just discussing the flame. We can read. Try to find a quote here because we talked about the look. Far off, the shadows of Sauron hung, but torn by some gust of wind out of the world, or else moved by some great disquiet within the mantling clouds swirling. And for I'm a bit, yeah, it's the right section, I think. This mantling clouds swirled and for a moment drew aside, and then he saw, rising blacker and darker than the vast shades amid which it stood, the cruel pinnacle and iron crown of the topmost tower of Barad-dûr. One moment only it stared out, but as from some great window immeasurably high, there stepped northward a flame of red, a flicker of a piercing eye, and then the shadows were furled again, and the terrible vision was removed. The eye was not turned to them. It was gazing north to where the captains of the west stood at bay, and thither all its malice was now bent as the power moved to strike its deadly blow. But Frodo, at that dreadful glimpse, fell as one stricken mortally. His hand sought a chain about his neck. There we have one description of Sauron a little bit. Does somebody know another one? Sindarin is like Welsh, yeah. Sindarin is very heavily inspired by Welsh. But it's quite complicated. Yeah, so there's another, of course, you are right, the Gil-galad killing. It is in, what's it called, chat? The Council of Elrond. Let me just search for it. It was hot when I first took it as a glade, and my hand was scorched, so that I doubt if I ever if ever again I shall be free of the pain of it. Yet even as I write this, it is cool. Sorry for reading so terrible. And it seemeth to shrink, though it lotheth neither its beauty nor its shame. Lotheth. These old writings just killing my reading skill, its ability. Already the writing upon it, which at first was as clear as red flame, fadeth, and is now only barely to be read. It is fashioned in the elven script of Eregion, for they have no letters in Mordor for such subtle work. But the language is unknown to me. It deemed to be a tongue of the Blackland, since it is foul and uncouth. What evil is saith, I do not know. What evil it says, I do not know, but I trace here a copy of it, lest it fade beyond recall. The ring misses maybe the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire, and so Gil-galad was destroyed. And maybe were the gold made hot again, the writing could be refreshed. But for my part, I will risk no hurt in this to this thing. Of all the works of Sauron, the only fair. It is precious to me, though I buy it with great pain. Sorry for reading so badly. So yeah, the quote that Otaku Senpai means, maybe it misses the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire. So that's, I think, what Mirdania is describing here in this particular scene. At this time, though, Sauron couldn't take a fair form anymore. So, I don't know, but this could be kind of the reference. Yeah, that's a really good call by Otaku Senpai. Thank you for reminding me of that quote. I completely forgot that there's a very small section in this here. I just wish I read this better. Sean, please. Try at least to stay a little bit serious here in the chat. That's also how Pippin describes Sauron in the Palantir. I can't remember this section though, like how it's phrased. Is there any detail that might help us? That's exactly the quote it reminded you of. Yeah, very good call. Thanks for hinting us at that. I forgot about the details. I just know the hand burned Gil-galad, but I forgot that you could also read this as a physical description of his hand. So good call there. Crafty Spirit, in case you know like a quote, I just need the first 3 words of a sentence or something. They don't have to copy the complete quote if that's annoying to get. If you know it, feel free to post it, then I can maybe read it as well. Yeah, he's missing a finger, definitely. Say what you will about Sauron, he really had a great eye for manipulation. I think we might have found this. Okay. Pippin shut his eye and shivered. Where do we start? It seemed... I saw a dark sky and tall battlements, he said, and tiny stars. It seemed very far away and long ago, yet hard and clear. Then the stars went in and out. They were cut off by things with wings, very big, I think, really. But in the glass they looked like bats wheeling round the tower. I thought there were 9 of them. One began to fly straight towards me, getting bigger and bigger. It had a horrible... No, I can't say. I tried to get away because I thought it would fly out. But when it had covered all the globe, it disappeared. Then he came. He did not speak so that I could hear words. He just looked, and I understood. So you have come back. Why have you neglected to report for so long? I did not answer, he said. Who are you? I still did not answer, but it hurt me horribly, and he pressed me, so I said, a hobbit. Then suddenly he seemed to see me, and he laughed at me. It was cruel. It was like being stabbed with knives. I struggled, but he said, wait a moment. We shall meet again soon. Tell Saruman that this dainty is not for him. I will send for it at once. Do you understand? Say just that. Then he gloated over me. I felt I was falling to pieces. No, I can't say any more. I don't remember anything else. Look at me, said Gandalf. Pippin looked up straight into his eyes. The wizard held his gaze for a moment in silence. Then his face grew gentler, and the shadow of a smile appeared. He laid his hand softly on Pippin's head. All right, he said. So say no more. You have taken no harm. You mean this section, right? Yeah, this is the section laughing at Pippin. I came over this word and thought, what is this meaning of this word? I think I never used this in my life, but I read it. Dainty? Is this even... how is this even pronounced? It is dainty. That's actually funny, but that's what he's written. A bit like FaceTime with Sauron then. Yeah, exactly. It was FaceTime with Sauron. Okay, chat, we have to move on a little bit. So, yeah, she describes that was a very intense and very interesting scene, in my opinion. Because we rarely get to see how Sauron kind of works. What is going on in the other chat, by the way? Sorry, Schnack, I ignored you for so long. The most powerful is the Elden Ring. Sorry, Schnack, I did not look at Twitch chat for such a long time. Next problem. What is the message you just posted there? Why is it so adorned? Warum ist das so verziert, deine Nachricht in meinem Chat? Was hast du dafür tun müssen? Sorry for speaking here German. Adorned means verziert, just in case you wonder. Ah, that's for 20 bits. Okay, I didn't know that, but thank you, much appreciated, I guess. I'm just confused now, chat. Sorry for that. It's in Twitch chat somebody posted a message and so on, and it was very nice and funny. So I am, yeah. Was now confused though. But yeah, thank you, much appreciated. And yeah, we are deeply in the lore talk here again. So there's that. What I'm going to do, chat? We wanted to move on. I wanted to double check the episode, right? If there's something interesting said. And yeah, she thinks that it's been here among us all along. And Anatar says no. We are now with us. Nothing to fear. Lightbinding Food, thank you, much appreciated. You just gifted 5 memberships. That is like a very, very generous of you. Thank you so much. So yeah, welcome Christiane, Brandon, Lizzie, Rusty Stormcrow, also cool name. Norway, also welcome back. We continue like this, everybody has it. For so many hours of content, yeah, much appreciated. Where's mine? Well, it's, I think, distributed randomly. I just understand train stations. I just found my channel point. Yeah, he's not there. Don't worry about it, Schnack. Dainty ist zierlich in Germany. In German. Yeah. It could also be, I don't know, something like cute, right? And it can also be if something is delicious, like a delicious thing, something like this. A very sweet gift, yeah, something like this. Köstlichkeit, yeah, exactly. Much luck with satisfactory then. Fragile small. Yeah, that's also, I guess, a good translation. Okay. So she has seen Sauron in this scene. I have to look a bit into the scene, even though we have watched it an hour ago. I forgot again. We talked so much about other stuff. So now they discuss what they did differently. What did you do differently this time? So she says, we want to strengthen or fortify the alloy by adding more mithril. And then Kilimima says, no. If you want to do that, you should have... Wait a moment, I should not help you at all. And then says Anatar, it would save us immeasurable hours of toil, of work, if you would offer this one single work of counsel. And then, when he said you should, and then he's interrupted by the guards. Okay, got that. This is, like I said, now we maybe leave the lore talk for a small moment. And, guards appear. So we have the scene here. She explained what she has seen. Then he's kind of convinced by things. Let me just... Where's my OBS? There it is. Sorry, chat. Takes a moment. Interrupt Kele Celebrimbor that Durin. The force is there. Something. Oh no. Here it is. So very convenient that they come here. I mean, it's a classic film trick kind of thing. But the problem is, in this show, these conveniences often happen simply too many times. Now Celebrimbor is an alloy expert, yeah. I mean, he worked on the other rings, he made the 7 and so on, so he learned a thing or two. Ask Google Translator. I don't think we use dainty as delicious in the UK, but maybe elsewhere. Yeah, so maybe it's yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Something like how you would translate this to the native speakers here. There's a chocolate branch called Daint. Oh, that's called Daint. Yeah, you got a membership like some other people here as well. Shoutouts again to Mind Blinded Fool. Much appreciated. Yeah, we talk about him in a moment. That is the friend of Isildur, you mean? Yeah, the context is different, of course, now. That is also true. Like, I still find it a hard... I said in my trailer analysis video, it will be a hard sell for Anatar to say, yeah, well, I'm now Charlie Vickers with a wig. You know, I found it difficult that Celebrimbor didn't send him away right, or let him remove from his property, so to say, when he saw him, because he should have concluded that he is a spy working for the enemy. So that was... You can use filigrane. Okay. Interesting. For something small, a bit breakable, but also sometimes pretty. Zierlich is a good word for sure, which Christian suggests. Yeah, I get it. It would be great if they made ring making art something more than just alloys. Seems very un-Tolkien. Yeah, I would agree on this. They could have added some other elements to it. I mean, it's magical rings, so maybe Tolkien always uses soft magic often in his world. So, I don't know, they could have made up some explanations for this or so. But the idea to combine the mithril desire with... I mean, it makes sense that they combine the mithril desire and Khazad-dûm together. That, I think, is a good idea. Yeah, Sauron's also not really doing any instruction in ring making. The manipulation is purely getting Celebrimbor to work, essentially. Yeah, that is true. That's a bit strange, but whatever. I don't mind. He does manipulative stuff. He has goals that he chooses to reach in some way. And the story is now completely different anyway, so yeah. Yeah, that's true. He also speaks some kind of spell before he does, so there's definitely some magic effect here and there. Dwarf singing broke my speakers. Yeah, that's a good point by Crafty Spirit. I figure it could involve singing or chanting or something else that is more spiritual and soft. Yeah, exactly. Because words in Tolkien's world have immense power. Singing has immense power in Tolkien's world. And there are some cool, beautiful elf songs and so on. So they could have come up with something. Maybe using their vibrations or something like that. That would be a very cool idea. Like Henry says. I like that. I mean, they have this vibration thing in the intro scene going on. Like every intro we see of the show. Well, not every. So yeah, that's a cool idea. I really like that. Let me just show you the screenshot. What I mean, like this is done on some plate with some vibrations. I mean, it might be also some CGI effects, but I think at the beginning they started doing this with some practical effects mixed with some computer editing and so on. But yeah, something like that was a very cool idea because the world depends on singing. Singing is vibrations as well. So yeah, that would have been such an awesome idea. I like that a lot. It's a good suggestion. Now I have to find, by the way, the scene where we just stopped. Ah, here it is. Yeah, so now there is thing they discuss, and Anatar says, no, you should stay here and tell them how this ring stuff work. I go talk with this guy and says, no, I like the dwarves. I want to talk with him, and he uses to kind of get out. He gives him the ring, the lesser ring. Celebrimbor gives Anatar the lesser ring, and then goes himself. And then cut, teleport outside. We talk to Durin. I mean, it's so established by now. I also like Anatar. Anatar not pleased, kind of. It's urgent. He goes to the door to his guards. Black screen. I think that might be and then we see Prince Durin appearing. Well, there's actually an ad break in this thing, which I have also recorded. It's kind of funny. Celebrimbor and Prince Durin the Fourth. Like visits like these, I would have wished would happen more often. That the dwarves, it looks like he's sneezing. Maybe I need to find a better thing here. Wait a moment, chat. We slowly get there. I just made a new screenshot of that scene. Better. for information, memberships. Yeah, I think that stuff like this exists. So the members people also appear, and I have to think that Blinded Fool has that some people I need to put into the credits. Maybe I should write this down, to be honest. If I would be smart, I would write it down. And there's the problem. The actual multiple people I should write down here. Would be a callback to the Finrod song battle. Yeah, that is true. It's like the opposite of that song called Good Vibration. Sauron has bad vibes, yeah, or is bad vibes for sure. Victor would sing like Pavarotti. Was it about 600 miles from Mordor to Ost-Inizil? So about 2 months march for an army. Oh, screw me, chat. I measured it. I promise I can't memorize numbers very well. I think it's even more than 600 miles, to be honest. Maybe I can figure it out, but I can't do this on stream. I can't show you the thing. I would have to go to my thing here. I have a map archive. There is like I have somewhere Tolkien's own map as a digital version. The Middle-earth map. And there I can draw a line and then tell you how long it is. So I'm not sure from where they start. Let's say from around here. (1,571 pixels). And then Ost-Inizil is another 600. So it's 2,100 pixels, a bit more than that, but roundabout. Now I need to convert this into miles. 100 miles are 250 pixels. So yeah, it might really be 600 or something. It's 840 miles roundabout. Roundabout. It's not very precise, the number, but let's say 800 miles. If I'm not going from South Mordor, but from, let's say, close to Orodruin, from the Fire Mountain. If they go further Mordor, we can add a bunch of miles, so it could be up to 900 miles. Yeah, I also went through the Gap of Rohan, exactly. Kiris, Ungol, Gap of Rohan, and then north to Ost-Inizil to the river. Considering that Ost-Inizil in the show, or the river is in the show where the capital or Eregion, the city is where it is on Tolkien's map as well. So some assumptions we have to make for this to work, but yeah, it kind of works. So yeah, 800 plus miles, 800 to 900 miles, quite a bit. And use straight lines for that. So if you have to go a bit back and forth, it might is closer to 900 to 1000 miles, I would even argue. With some rivers on the way and stuff. Spaziergang, yeah, it really is a Spaziergang. And that was an army. It would take a long time to get there. The problem of the show is sometimes that it seems like Middle-earth is very small. Don't confuse me, Schnake. There wouldn't be a bridge over the Anduin, yeah. So maybe 2.5 to 3 months for Adar's army to reach Eregion. Yeah, it's quite some time they would need on Tolkien's map. Yeah, maybe you could, Crafty Spirit, that's a good point. Sauron tax would pay for the bridge. Whatever, chat. We losing focus here a bit. So, Durin says to Celebrimbor, talking about his father, to King Durin, it's like he's colder, quicker to anger. And now I learned, they tell me, so he has learned that he refused to share the other rings unless the other dwarf lords promise him half a share of their mines. We haven't seen this in this discussion from the meeting. We learned this here in this scene all at once. The reference, what they're clearly referencing here is, of course, what I read earlier here on stream. Questions if I will find it. It's in Appendix A, that I remember. I always forgot how it's phrased. I think I should just search for greed. The only power over them that the rings of power wielded, them other dwarves, was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed pointless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. So I guess that's what he means was he seems colder, more greedy. Greed was never a thing before for his father and so on. And now we definitely see this with the ring tax, or whatever he calls it, with the, if you want a ring, you have to give me the stuff. Sounds like heroin. I hope not, but it definitely has, even though the ring is not in possession of Sauron, it has an effect on the dwarf, on the king, so that is definitely noticeable. That's what he describes here, so that seems somewhat lore accurate, I think. I also like the size difference. They did it really well. Would it possible? Now he asks, Durin asks the right questions. Like, I like Durin, Prince Durin, or Durin the Fourth here a lot in the show, simply because, yeah, he developed, like, I wouldn't say he's a simple mind, but he doesn't, when he first appears, you would not think this is a wise character, but he is kind of pretty much on point all the time, which I find pretty cool, to be honest. Like, he calls out something, couldn't, I don't trust this Anatar guy. What do you know about him? He asks him in this scene, I think, as well. Could it be, that's the first question that we asked, that these rings have something to do, and Celebrimbor says, no, that's impossible. But what he does not know is that Sauron's power might have to do with it. That's simply a part of the equation that Celebrimbor does not really know. Let me see, where is OBS? There it is. Nope, it's wrong. So he says no. Interrupts him even. It's kind of funny. He's very convinced of his work. And he says we use the same process, Durin, so with the other rings. The same materials, even the same tools as for the three. That's an interesting thing. He mentions the three. In Lord of the Rings, in the scene, it's hard to tell if the dwarves knew about the three rings. Maybe to some degree. But in the books, which is of course shows different, I know, the three rings are made in secret. And they kind of kept a secret. Even much, much later, Elrond doesn't talk openly about the three rings. So the elves really keep it a secret that these rings exist. So I'm not 100% sure if we would just say to Durin, yeah, the three, maybe he's Durin and so on. They have worked together with Na'vi. They also got a ring from him, so maybe there's some trust between them for sure. But just as a little detail here, a little nitpick. Well, why wouldn't Celebrimbor just think dwarves aren't up to it like elves are, though? Yeah, that's also would a very common idea that also would. Maybe dwarves are too different. Maybe the effects are different on them. It's very strange that he doesn't suggest this idea in this dialogue. We keep getting blocked, okay? That's strange. But please don't mess around with other users here. Yeah, there might be some parallels to drug addiction or something. Who knows? What ideas might be behind that? I wouldn't keep on just think, yeah, exactly. I just read this message. Durin Sir can't remember who set up the regulations to dig deeper. Yeah, that's also an interesting detail. Why can't he remember that? You definitely notice when he has a ring that he changed a lot. I think the show wants to over-dramatize this quite a bit, just to make it clear for those people who don't know the, like, it has to be obvious that there's a clear change in the character. So I think, yeah. Yeah, he also, particularly, he's very insistent. That's a good point by Alex as well. Particularly, he's very insistent that they are a bad idea for men. That's why he doesn't want to work on those 9 rings. And because men are different. So the question is, why would he think that's a good idea for dwarves and so on? There could be some difference and so on for sure. So that's a very good point, and maybe a little thing to nitpick here in the writing, because when men get greedy or corrupted by it, why shouldn't dwarves get corrupted by the rings? Why does he think that dwarves could handle this amount of power better than men could? Durin has a good instinct. He is suspicious against Anatar, exactly, well founded, exactly, and a callback to last time when delivered those strange greetings from Elrond. Yeah, exactly. This was definitely. He's onto something. Sherlock Durin it is this season, it seems. Last season was Sherlock Elrond, now it's Sherlock Durin. It's the nature of things that matter, not its form. It would make sense for a dwarf to have a good eye for the true nature of things. Yeah, that's maybe a good point. Maybe because dwarves are happy where they are, similar to hobbits. But I think it could, yeah, maybe that's also not a bad point, to be honest. Still, he thinks that the rings are a bad idea for men. That's in the show, at least. In the books, it's never a discussion, because Sauron just gives the rings out anyway later. They cannot simply be a fault in the rings. And then he says, okay, when there's no mistake, maybe there's a mistake by the ring maker. What do you mean? How much do you know about this Anatar? And here he's spot on. Like, he doesn't know that much about this Anatar guy. Unfortunately, the dialogue, I think, cuts here. And then we see Anatar on the tower and this eerie music, as it's in the subtitles. Like, from the music and so on, it's almost a bit Lord of the Rings-like. Then he talks to Mirdania. Okay. I think Sauron is watching what they are talking down there. And what is also interesting in this context, I have a theory. Sauron looks down to Celebrimbor and Durin. We learned in season 1 that Elrond is able to listen to dialogue and stuff on great distance because he's a powerful elf. As a result, Sauron might be able to listen to what they are saying down there from up his tower. Maybe I make this a bit darker. Like, not darker. This is how it originally would look, the image. This is a bit brighter. Yeah, that is a good point. Celebrimbor may have experienced treachery at the hands of men in the First Age, distrusting them to this day. I mean, he trusts Halbrand later, who is a man, pretends to be a man. But what Crafty Spirit is referring to, there are Easterlings, so-called. It's not necessarily that these persons are identical with what we, from the Lord of the Rings in the Third Age, would refer to as Easterlings, just to make this clear. What this means is they came from the east later to Beleriand in the First Age, and they were called Easterlings. And there were, I think, Ulfang and Bor, and they joined the alliance of Maedhros and later betrayed. Bor betrayed Ulfang. Who was a betrayal dude? Ulfang. One was faithful. I think it was Ulfang, right? Yeah. Ulfang betrayed them. Yeah, they were secretly employed by Morgoth, and they betrayed the Elder and the Edain. In the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. No, it was not during the... Was it during the Alliance of Maedhros? I just maybe mixing things up. Haven't covered these battles in quite some time, to be fair. So yeah, Ulfang was the betrayer, and Bor was... he was actually faithful. As a result, he's called Bor the Faithful. So that's a good point by Crafty, but yeah. Good rings. Yeah, he has experienced treachery by elves as well. So yeah, it seems like maybe listening. So Anata knows what is going on and can potentially hear and see them even on this distance here. And then, yeah, in the next scene we have Myrdania, and here he implies that what she might have seen is actually Celebrimbor. Which is hard to believe this argument, to be honest. About a diminished Celebrimbor. Let me just switch the image. We have this scene here. As said, made it a bit brighter because usually that helps. It would be normally a bit darker. In some scenes it looks a bit silly when they are bright, when I make them even brighter, so just people know why that is. It does not have to spread fairly. It will spread fairly, that is true as well. I'm back. My son was on the phone. Nice to hear. And welcome back. Yeah, so they talk. I would like to listen to this dialogue again because I found this very interesting. Though it makes very little sense that Myrdania would believe that. Some who behold the unseen world, never quite at home in this one again, he says. And then, have you seen it? That's kind of a strange question. Maybe this is a question for the audience. Can you see the unseen? And he says, yes, I can see it, or I have seen it. Because he's a Maya, so a Maya can, of course, see the unseen. He's a spirit being, basically, that has took a physical form, but he doesn't need the physical form. In its light, things appear as they truly are. Beings of different shades of light. And its darkness. It pains me to say, for what you saw, I did not wish for any of you to see. Until I helped him to heal. So, He says basically he wants to heal Celebrimbor. You speak of Lord Celebrimbor? The toll that creation has exacted from him in crafting the 3 and the 7 has left him diminished. Vulnerable for the shadow. Then what I saw was Celebrimbor, I assume. She doesn't finish the sentence. Promise me, they also talk in Sindarin, like she answers in Sindarin, it seems. Promise me you will speak to none other of it. Not even him. I promise. And then he notices I don't know. It's the strange hairs touching the hair scene. You think, what's going on with Anatar touches hair of Myrdania. Yeah, she really looks very similar to, like we discussed this in earlier episodes. I mentioned it multiple times. Wonder why that is. What makes Adar's use of Quenya interesting is that he speaks the Fëanorian dialect. See the article at Torn. Yeah, that's actually quite interesting that he speaks the Fëanorian dialect. Might have had contact with some of the Fëanorians, though, from the show's perspective. But it's now quite unrelated to the scene. It was just greasy and nasty. He's still a crush on Galadriel, who knows? Simple Jack could deceive these elves. But the speech of Celebrimbor makes Anatar's remarks more believable, doesn't it? Yeah, I would say so, definitely. He acts strange there. Maybe a bit rough, and his companion, his elven mystic wise Imyrdain, don't know what's wrong with him. And he gives an explanation to that. I had to put it out while I was thinking about it. Yeah, that's very interesting, though. I mean, why would he speak the Fëanorian dialect? That's just very strange. I mean, the armor is somewhat comparable to the Fëanorians. I think the show just messes up the First Age stuff completely in a way because they don't have rights for this. As a result, they might just go with it. Maybe that is also better like, I'm not sure why they decided to go for it, because it seems like a deliberate choice then. Maybe in the show he was one of the Fëanorians, maybe from the House of Finwë or something. Though I know the Fëanorians also had, there's what you call the Shibboleth. Shibboleth, however it's pronounced. I didn't even know that Shibboleth was an actual word, though. Yeah, Shibboleth. It's a very unusual word. I like it, though. She got some nice hair, asked Gimli. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Like, maybe she has the second best hair after Galadriel. And even Anatar is impressed. I think that's what they say. They can only fall in love if they meet in the woods while she's dancing under the stars, Tolkien says. Yeah, I don't know what to think of this scene. I hope they don't go into any romantic relationship here between Anatar and some elf. That would be really weird. I don't mind though that he kinds to gain her trust, maybe making her a compliment or something like that. I think in this moment you think, well, she really looks like Galadriel. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't say it's evil to have a crush on someone who doesn't like you back, but this behavior here is certainly evil. For sure. Like, this is an interesting also setup in a way, because we as audience know more than the elves in the show. We know who Anatar really is. Still thinking about the other blonde queen, yeah. However, chat, next would be the show goes to Numenor. Quite a long section. And then we return one more time to Eregion, and then we have one Lindon section, I think. Let us just switch the image before the before things become here too get out of hand. I would say maybe technically Morgoth is the devil and the son of the devil, so Beelzebub or whatever you call him. Whatever, would be Sauron. He's not the son of Morgoth, so don't get me wrong, but he's like a lesser devil than Morgoth in comparison. So, you know what I mean? Like Baal or whatever. I guess it also depends on. No, I'm kind of in the Diablo lore all of a sudden. Curse you, Baal. Nice. On point, Schnarke. Nice. Diablo the game. Yeah, I know. Baal is also like mentioned in the Bible and stuff like this. I know this, but I'm not sure how the context of Baal in the Bible is. Like, I think it's just an what's the word for heidnish? Like it's just some deity of some other belief in the Bible. I think it's not necessarily a demon or so. I can't come up with the word. What? It's on my tongue. Pagan. That's the word. Even though the word potentially in this context doesn't exist, but yeah. Thank you. Pagan. Or heathen. Yeah. Medania, could you put on the silver armor and quiver? Also, would you mind scowling a little? What on earth? Yeah, I also think he's kind of he is an evil entity at this point. Even at this, it's hard to believe that he would do much different. With Sauron as a deceiver and manipulator, you never know what he's doing. Melkart, interesting. I'm surprised. Who may have been inspiration for the name Melkor. Interesting. Yeah, the reveal was a bit rushed for the Doors of Durin. I'm happy that they at least did this, but I guess they might have some meaning again, and they have to show it. It's one of the few stories of the Second Age we actually got in the books. We know, yeah, Celebrimbor made it. It's not a story, it's just a hint, basically, but yeah. I agree. It could have made this a bit more interesting. At least they showed how Celebrimbor found out about the Isildur. We have the door revealed with Narvi together. We have seen them in a scene. And then there's another little scene where we see where the Isildur are applied to the door. So the door where Narvi reveals it is not completed yet. The Isildur are still missing. Yeah, the Old Testament is full of wild stories, that is true though. Yeah, like maybe for people who have missed the beginning of the stream, I can maybe show the Isildur section here. Like here earlier on the stream, if you look here, you see that the Isildur is applied here to this door. This is after the Narvi scene, so the doors are not ready yet. The Isildur must still be put in, basically, and then the doors will be done. Celebrimbor is very busy these days, it seems. A lot of projects going on. So yeah, we have the next scene here. And then they discuss what Durin said, basically, here in this scene where we're currently seeing. And then, yeah, kind of Anatar / Sauron saves the scene a bit by saying, yeah, maybe because we lied to the king, that is why this ring might have a big negative effect. Yeah, it's also very noticeable what great actors both Vickers and both Charlies basically are. Anatar convinces Celebrimbor. I have to spell this name so many times. By to lying to the king caused the Seven Rings side effect. The talk of a very secret password only known to friends was weird. I thought it was a little reference simply. Not a very elegant one for sure, but it's okay. Why it has to be secret though, I don't know though. It's friend 9. Yeah, last episode was full of fan service. Celebrimbor says that Anatar likes to deceive. Anatar later says, "You are being deceived. Everything's going to shit. Let's make more rings." And why is there always an anvil hanging by the rope? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, they shut the doors for Khazad-dûm, and then Sauron can't enter, or his armies can't, because you don't see them. An unnecessary giant anvil. They bought this anvil and they want to use it. If it makes sense or not doesn't matter. I don't blame them. What is interesting here is that Anatar in the scene can play good cop again, basically. Can basically say, yeah, but we lied to the king, that's not good. He hints at this, and as a result, he says we should stop making those rings, you know what I mean? Either that or we will get deeper into the maelstrom, or whatever he says. Yeah, in the maelstrom. Which is interesting. What he means by this. Either he says, yeah, but we could... Either you are not allowed to do this, if we even says we have to say the truth to the king. You know what I mean? And then he says either that or we go deeper into it. And why would Celebrimbor now say we go deeper into the maelstrom? I think what we learn is that Celebrimbor says maybe we can redeem ourselves. This is kind of, I think, the way that Anatar tries to manipulate him, saying to him, well, we can redeem ourselves. He plays on his pride. And this is how I think Celebrimbor starts this. He says maybe we should stop, or we would go deeper into danger, basically. And Celebrimbor says maybe we can avoid the danger by redeem ourselves. He doesn't say this here, but this is kind of implied later again. And then we have Durin the Fourth warns his father, Durin the Third. Rip Waldrek, the creator of Mordor. You store your anvils on the ceiling just in case while a coyote comes into the shop. Yeah, that's true. I didn't watch episodes 3 and 4. Yeah, deeper into the maelstrom is the line, exactly. Even deeper into the maelstrom, that's what the subtitles at least say. But yeah, then we have a cut to Khazad-dûm, and there we see the fruits of the ring, which is kind of strange now a bit. Like, Prince Durin tries to warn his father about the effect of the ring. He should stop using those rings. Some devilry, he calls it, went into those rings. He should be... We saved our kingdom, but now we should stop using them. And then his father, though, kind of completely ignores what he's saying, which I find interesting. And it makes an interesting metaphor. Time and pressure form it. As sure as he can shape a stone. And he says, I hope that our estrangement would help to shape you, my son. But I did not expect how much it would shape me. I'm proud of you. I still find it stupid that they have the same name. So that's an interesting scene. That his father is now proud of Durin, because it turns out that at the beginning, when you said, yeah, we should help the elves with the rings to save them, and so on, he was right all along, because this literally saved the kingdom. It opened kind of the eyes of Durin, though it might be a major cultural shift for the dwarves now with this ring. It is still quite interesting, I think. Oh, that's a good observation. No, I think he has a ring on his hand. See, here it is. But I also thought for a moment he had not the ring on his hand. Such a heartbreaking scene that Durin is a better parent when he's on drugs. Yeah, it definitely, I think, clarifies again that he seems to be... He changed, definitely. Like, Durin the Third was hard as a rock, never flinching, never apologizing. You know, this is now a bit a bit different, it seems. The third makes Durin the fourth his heir again. So yeah, he gets this. What did we learn? How was this called, chat? I forgot what it's called. But the thing around the neck of Durin, and on it is written Durin actually. So this kind of states that he is the heir of King Durin, which, like I suppose I call Durin, is very strange again. Whatever. He also says, "I need your axe by my side," which is a clear thing here. Chris, yes, what is? It's a clear sign of it's potentially a little reference, a little wink towards Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson. Yeah, you got my axe and my bow and so on. Make the witches dwarf Middle Earth only if the ring will make him the witches dwarf in Middle Earth only if something would not happen there. Yeah, I would also like if we be nice to each other. That's just would help immensely. I want to discuss the show and stuff like that. So what it shows Durin put on the ring at the end of the conversation. It should have shown him putting it on in a panic when Prince Durin came bursting through the door. It would show the effects it has on him. But I think he has it. He has the ring on his finger all the time. Like when the scene starts and we discuss, it's a different scene where the ring is not on his finger. Let's check. Can you wield the powers of Great Ring if you just carry it? That's a good question. I don't know. I think there's no precedent for it potentially. It might. I think. Okay, I could think of one thing we could discuss here with the Rings of Power. The scene was with Narvi, exactly. There he had not the ring, and he says, "Oh, where's my ring? Did you get my ring?" That was already noticeable. There is one element in I think it's in Unfinished Tales. Or it's in Silmarillion. No, I think Silmarillion. But Sauron could not discover them, the three rings, for they were given into the hands of the wise, who concealed them and never again used them openly, while Sauron kept the ruling ring. So what does openly in this context mean? I could maybe translate it to, like, when Sauron had the ring, they had to put the rings from their fingers. I'm not sure. Finger. Yeah, here. But the elves were not so lightly to be caught. As soon as Sauron set the One Ring upon his finger, they were aware of him, and they knew him, and perceived that he would be master of them, and all of that they wrought. Then in anger and fear, they took off their rings. So they took the rings off their fingers, and then they never wore them openly again, because it was too... You could interpret it as maybe some way to use a ring, and not openly, so have it on your finger and hide it from Sauron. What I believe, though, is that this maybe potentially means that they had some passive effect, you know? Even though they were not wearing them openly on display with their finger and so on, they kept in secret, hid them, they maybe had an effect, and even afterwards the ring was destroyed, they also never showed them that they had the rings to anyone. Because even Elrond, during the Council of Elrond, says, yeah, the rings are not inactive, they're still there, but we won't talk about them. But this is already quite a bit of interpretation, quite a stretch here, what I'm doing, so take this with a grain of salt. I think, though, in theory, to have the full effect of those rings, you have to actively wear them on your finger. That's, I think, what I read out of this. And this you should not do while Sauron has a One Ring. Were Frodo substantial dreams because he was carrying the ring? Yeah, maybe that could be considered a passive effect. And even the One Ring is maybe special, but I think the One Ring already had some effect on others, even though they were not actively wearing it. Yeah, it is fine to wear those rings when Sauron has not the One Ring. Because his statement clearly says, as long as Sauron has the One Ring, Like, let me read it again. For they were given into the hand of the wise, who concealed them and never again used them openly, while Sauron kept the ruling ring. This indirectly says this changed when he lost the ruling ring. Instead of a red, you would have a new red king, terrible and powerful. I mean, the 9 couldn't have been that handful for the Nazgul to increase power in their living days, depending on wearing the rings that made them invisible. Use them openly is an interesting phrase. Yeah, for sure. You can interpret this definitely in different ways. Also, welcome, Pumpkin Rick. Also, like Galadriel, like Sam can't see the ring on Galadriel's finger. That also is kind of a thing of hiding the ring. Like Frodo can see the ring on her finger, on Galadriel's finger, even when not using the One Ring, it seems. So there is a passive effect here already. And Sam, for example, can't see the ring on Galadriel's finger. That's also an important detail. But yeah, I think that's what is meant with they conceal the ring. But you could argue Galadriel still conceals the ring even when Sauron has not the One Ring. So there might be still... I mean, this, you could interpret that's as open as he would wear the ring anyway. All will love me and bring me cheese. Okay, chat. I think you're slowly losing it. Yeah, maybe it has to do... Now, Galadriel explicitly says he could see it because he used the One Ring, he had the One Ring, and that his eyes became keener due to this. Also, Mr. Not Smelling. I would really appreciate if you could cool down the name-changing stuff. Please use a normal name here for the chat, else I will literally ban you, because that's exactly the reason why you were blocked in the first place last time. You're simply overdoing it. Just, please, be reasonable. Like, this is just going a bit too far. Like, at the beginning I thought I didn't think too much into it, but now, everything considered, that's just... Like, even other notice yet. Yeah, that's the good right of users to block. It doesn't matter too much. Like, you're overdoing... You did it the last time as well. You're overdoing this. Now you come into the chat, change your name, let him notice. Sorry, you're overdoing it. Please. I try this with reason. If we can't solve this in a reasonable way, I will literally ban you. Just saying. Like I definitely tolerate a bit of trolling in chat and some jokes and so on, but this is going too far. Like, this is going on for quite some time now. Just want to point that out. People sometimes. So, where were we, chat? We were at the rings discussing Numenor. Never had it. But yeah, you can maybe read the section here because it might be interesting. I think we read it in the past before, but it's still in this context, it's still an interesting quote for this. So let me think. I think it's Keen's lens. Ah, there it is, I think. So Frodo basically asked Galadriel, I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, said she, so Galadriel said this. Only thrice have you set the ring upon your finger since you knew what you possessed. Do not try, it would destroy you. But did Gandalf not tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and to train your will in the domination of others. Yet even so, as ring-bearer, and as one that has borne it on a finger and seen that which is hidden, your sight has grown keener. Have you not perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise? You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9. And did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning again to Sam. No, lady, he answered. To tell the truth, I wondered what you were talking about. So here we clearly see that this kind of worked. We were shipping Galadriel. Well, it was shipped in a box on wheels. What about the hamster theory? Or did Gandalf view the hobbits as hamsters already? I'm not sure about it. So, the question is, can. I mean, Galadriel seems to be able to also move the ring into the unseen, if that makes sense. It's just very strange. It's just really strange, in my opinion. If she can do this. Like, what do you think? Is this more a thing that Tolkien, I wouldn't say didn't think through a lot? I just find it interesting that she can hide this ring. Cannot be unseen. Yeah, season 2 is out. We are 5 episodes in already, actually. Durin's holding a toilet seat. Okay. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? So yeah, let us move on to the next scene. We talked about the rings. So how is it? I would say better than season 1. But in comparison, still not... Like, it's... The 5th episode is really good, I think, for Rings of Power. Season 2 got better than season 1, as said. Still, it has some weird decisions and some weird writing at times. I think it's the biggest problem of the show, the writing. But if you can see it as fan fiction, I guess you can enjoy it to some degree. Depends on how deep you are into the book and so on. By illusion magic, while without the unseen involved. Yeah, maybe that's also a possibility. Maybe she can also use her telepathic abilities or whatever to maybe others simply not see it, and Frodo can look through it or so. I always thought the 3 are always invisible. Yeah, I think all the 3 are actually invisible. I would agree on this. Because Gandalf's ring is also mentioned, and it was not mentioned before, if that makes sense. Like in the Council of Elrond, or when they traveled with Gandalf and so on. It was never really mentioned. And only at the end it is revealed that he has a ring. Maybe it is a property of the ring. Potentially possible. But as said, since in the letters it is mentioned that, I mean, they don't confer invisibility, doesn't mean that they are not themselves able to become invisible, but you know what I mean. But yeah, Disa notices, wait a moment, did you just get your status as airbag for airbag? Airbag? as heir of Durin. And she's not really happy about this. And also Durin. What was an interesting scene, I have to admit. Like, even they said, I'm proud of you, son. Said, no, listen to me, father. It's terrible what you're doing. These rings, there's some danger coming from them. And yeah, they're on the same boat, but yeah, Prince Durin failed to convince his father with this. And then During the Force has to promise to not use the rings again. To not use the ring. And he does. The question is, the problem with Khazad-dûm though is the following. Even if he does not use the ring when he becomes king at some point, the problem might be that they have not solved the stone singing problem yet. You know what I mean? That is definitely a big problem, and they kind of need to, like, getting back to the old ways might be difficult when the stone singers can't hear the mountain anymore. Maybe this changes also at some point, who knows? Yeah, that might also be a reason. She was worried that Durin the Force wasn't serious, trying to convince his father, I think. Therefore, she demands his promise as one of the reasons, for sure. Our father's on becoming the Witch King. We don't have the Nazgul yet in the show, so we don't know. It is possible, your theory, or his son might become the Witch King. That is definitely a possibility here. Plastic-free glitter alternative. Shiny. Also welcome, Tirza. Not sure if I saw your name popping up here before. Actually, it appeared earlier. Okay, sorry. I just got confused. I'm taking the streets in protest. Who knows? Maybe, but I think many suspect that he becomes a Nazgul, though. Farazon, I don't know. Technically, he can't become a Nazgul, but who knows how they interpret his role. It is possible, though. Maybe Durin's ring will have some power that will be useful in a fight, then young Durin will be tempted to use it in defense of Khazad-dûm. Who knows? Something like that. There are a lot of possibilities where he could be tempted, for sure. Trevor said that Durin the Third vanishes at a certain point, a bit like Throin. Interesting. Yeah, it would be strange, but it could happen in Rings of Power. That's I guess, like, it's kind of strange in the show. Everything can happen. You could argue that's a good thing, but sometimes you also think, well, I'm not sure if it's a good thing. The Witch King must be a sorcerer, maybe the guy in Hurun. Yeah, the problem is the guy in Hurun is an Easter, so that would be too powerful for Witch King. He's not a mortal. The Witch King will be the guy who says who's taking our jobs. Yeah, who knows? Maybe the Witch King isn't in the show yet. And then we jump back to Eregion one last time. Celebrimbor scolds the Gwais I Myrdine, the jewel smith. So yeah, that's the next scene, chat. Not much to discuss here. We discussed this a bit earlier, so I'm not sure why he puts the blame on them, but he basically has the idea. I think his idea is the following. He feels like they have to redeem the 7, because something went wrong there. And for that, he has to make even more powerful or better rings, or I don't know, some vision he sees there. He might make rings that redeem the 7, because something clearly went wrong with those. Let me just... Where is... Here it is. And yeah, the elves are wondering, what is wrong with this guy? And maybe he does this to put a lot of pressure on, to just motivate them to get even more. And Celebrimbor is kind of emotionally collapsing. After them. Even his hands are shaking. Like, I guess it's too much lying, you know? He's lying again, you know what I mean? Maybe he lies now to his jewel smith why these rings are not working. He says, it's your fault. But in true, like, he has to bring some kind of reason or something for this to work. He can't tell them the truth, and as a result, he's now trapped in this web made out of lies or something. I kind of think that's how it works. No king shaming. Yeah, Durin versus the Bio will be a short fight for sure. The new Moria supplement for the One Ring introduces the idea of ring rights. Dwarves transformed by a ring of power. Yeah, it would be interesting if the dwarves also could transform now, but according to the books they can't, so that would be very strange. I mean, in Rings of Power everything is possible, I guess, but whatever. Slim Shady becomes a witch. I mean, she's already undead, in a way. It seems like a moss spirit creature. Eminem. Who knows, chat? I don't know for sure. Okay, chat. Seems to get Katie Brimbo seems to be a bit psychotic and irrational, I assume. Yes, lighting manipulation can do that to you, yeah, for sure. Oh, now I understand the word you're writing. Irascible, you mean? That means jähzornig or something like this, right? Latin word ira in it, which means wrath. Whatever. Just had to look it up and read the word correctly. I noticed, wait, different word. In the Moria book, these are the rings crafted by dwarfsmiths attempting to recreate the work of the elves of Edegion. So these are not the 7. It's currently trying to understand the context. But getting a bit greedy is not much of a drama, I suppose. I feel like he feels something is seriously wrong with Anatar, and that cannot put the finger on. I mean, yeah, like for sure. The moment Anatar mentioned Elrond, and he knows, yeah, Elrond would never say such a nice thing over me. I find it was kind of a cool scene, in my opinion. What changed Celebrimbor's mind to make the rings for men, which he before reject? Even the speech of Durin should encourage him, in fact, the opposite. I think the reason is kind of, he says we have to tell the king before to Anatar in this discussion. And then Anatar, and then Celebrimbor says, no, then I'm not allowed to smith ever again. And he says, but this will bring us deeper into the maelstrom. And I assume he thinks maybe I can redeem the 7 rings by making 9 better rings. And so on. And he gets manipulated more and more and caught in this web of lies. And yeah, he's now in a state where he doesn't make smart decisions anymore. So I can kind of understand. I guess the reasoning is a bit difficult to understand, and you could also say maybe a bit far-fetched, but I feel like, for me at least, it kind of works. Like, he's, in his reaction afterwards, you definitely see that Celebrimbor is definitely a thing. Okay, I mean the thing there. Okay, Schnack, now I'm curious what happened exactly, but sleep well. You should look at the lovely pullout map of Moria. You can Google it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think Celebrimbor wants redeem the 7 by forging the 9. Yeah, exactly. That's also the impression I got. He thinks, yeah, maybe I can redeem what I did, but of course he can't. And he doesn't see the root of the problem because, yeah, that is the guy next to him who poisons or corrupts those rings all the time. Okay, Schnack, didn't you say you defeated Mesmer hitless last time? And now you're saying to me that this double boss annoyed you so much. But yeah, I can see this though. Can be very annoying. Different topic though. Different ring. They forged the 9 like it was a minor task after having such work of excellence before. Celebrimbor is looking for any way to redeem himself after what he thinks is his fault for the 7, but he wants to do it by forging 9 rather than owning up. Yeah, exactly. He tries to find a different way, and that does not exist. Yeah, you can be proud of that, Schnack. Definitely. Good job there. I think in the books they forged the 9, then realized they were kind of flawed, so sold them to men because they are a little bit. Now that's in the books. The 9 are as a 7 forged in some undefined time frame in the Eregion arc, and then Sauron gets those rings at some point. Gets those rings. Attacks the elves, then much later, when people have forgotten about it, he just gifts those rings back to others, to 9 men and 7 or 6 dwarves, depending on if you believe the dwarves. Hey, Farzan, try this on. And then, yeah, what we see is an orc army. Orcs close to Eregion. So that's the next shot after that we see. We have to make some haste. I'm 6 hours in already. It's past midnight for me. And we haven't even talked about Numenor yet, which is the next arc. But we're almost done. So yeah, here the orcs appear, there's Eregion in the background, so I assume next episode they will be even closer than now. And then at the end we have Elrond talking to Gil-galad. I'm not 100% sure what to think of this particular scene here. Sad thing about Celebrimbor is it all could be avoided if Galadriel had been honest from the beginning or from the off. Yeah, that for sure. Also, Xelion, welcome. Yeah, we read this quote quite some time ago, but you're right. They do not fear the ring race, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds, and against both the seen and unseen have great power. It's many meetings, Lord of Rings, exactly. I think I asked earlier, Exelion, if you know a explicit statement of the lesser rings, also granting invisibility. We assume it is, because that makes a lot of sense in context of the story of Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure if there are any information about it, because lesser rings are often also not, or they're not really often mentioned. Here's a scene I'm really curious about. So Elrond comes to Gil-galad and says, "We have to help Eregion. Orcs are on their way. Adar's basically at the front gate already. We have to do something." And then Gil-galad says to him, "That is maybe not possible, because I believe this was all Sauron's plan." So curious what he might tell Elrond here further. But it's basically what Elrond has said in season, from the beginning, basically. From season 2. So now it seems like Gil-galad is somewhat on his side, but now hesitant to do this. And he says also something very interesting in the show, of course. Wait, let me just get my thing here up. Our armies cannot defeat both Adar and Sauron. Not alone, he says. And then we have a cut and we don't learn what this actually means. And then we have the Galadriel scene at the end. But yeah, was Gil-galad of the Calaquendi? Yes. Most likely. Of the Moriquendi, not of the Calaquendi. Now it confused me for a moment. But yeah, Gil-galad was most likely born in Middle-earth. I'm not... In theory, he could be born not in Middle-earth, though. It's not clear, because Gil-galad's parentage is very complicated. It's complicated. It's not easy to answer this question. Also, you posted a link or something. After Elven King, the space is missing. Was an Elven King of him the harp sadly thing? Yeah, it's the rhyme, the poem of him, the song. And sharing the swords. I'm not sure if that would be an ability of these rings to share these swords, but maybe. I'm not sure what the range limitation of Osanwu is. How about Círdan? Did he ever ferry elves across to Aman and see the light? Did he always stay Middle-earth? He stay always in Middle-earth. But he has potentially sent some boats to Aman at some point, multiple times actually in the first age already. But he never sailed there himself. His services are needed in Middle-earth. It's kind of, he has to take the last ship. Yeah, 800, 900 miles, something like that. 840 was my measurement here. And maybe it's just a more movie thing, the communication. I'm not 100% sure. Would have to look into this, Joe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, chat. I really would have to look into this. It's weird to think of Círdan as Mori Quendi. Yeah, that's definitely strange. Yeah, if in theory, in some versions, it might be possible that he was born not in Middle-earth, but hard to tell. But yeah, the lineage problem of Gil-galad is too complicated. So what does he mean? What do you think means alone? We can't do this alone. We have speculated maybe he tries to contact the dwarves, get their help. But there in the way would be Adar's army already to get direct communication with this. Numenor would be interesting and is also the book solution for this, but doesn't help, or it's not revealed. He says, yeah, we can't do this alone. We need help. So maybe you have to now contact Numenor or whatever, and then there's some delay or so. I'm not 100% sure how they will kind of deal with this, to be fair. Very curious what this means. I have literally no clue what they might do with this. No, Gil-galad makes it to the siege of Barad-dûr. So potentially close to Barad-dûr, so inside of Mordor. Yeah, I find it strange though, because Queen Medial is blamed for sending troops to Middle-earth and them dying there, and now it feels like it makes no sense if Pharazôn would do the same. So yeah, we go same as Medial, we just go there and fight this Sauron guy or Adar or whoever. It seems very strange, to be honest. Like, in a way, Medial at least said, I will come back at some point and then I'm really angry. But she's not queen anymore. That's why I found this development in Numenor very strange in context of the story here. Like, if Miriel would be in power and would be queen of the place, of Numenor, and he would call for help. Media would say, yes, this Adar guy, I get this guy. We have some, we have some, what you call it, Rechnung begleichen. We have some unfinished business, maybe. That's how I would say it, I guess. So yeah, is this the last scene, chat, of yeah, with the Galadriel scene still. Did I make a screenshot already? No. There are 2 more scenes, basically. I kind of liked... okay, we just have to discuss multiple sections, I think. So we have, first of all, this here. So, yeah, they have to form some kind of alliance, it seems. What is noticeable is when the car kind of appears. Like, there's this place here. This looks like a very confined space. It could almost be a studio or something. Let me show it here on screen. Do we see Adar already on screen here? Could not find him. But yeah, if you look at the back, it looks very confined, this place here. You know what I mean? It looks nice, don't get me wrong. There's some detail here. There's even the horse, actually. Isn't it interesting that there's a horse? That's the horse that Galadriel potentially used. As for like, we can basically do this anyway. Here's a helper stone. Some humans at least. That's my take. A stupid question. Weren't the Palantiri made by the elves? Why didn't they have some only Numenorians use Palantir? The elves gifted... sorry for over-reading your question, sorry. Gesa 851. The Numenorians had the Numenorians had good contact with the elves of Aman of the West Continent. Maybe I can show it here like this. And from this island here, Tol Eressëa, the elves sometimes sailed to Numenor and visited the elves there. Also in the west are the elf friends, the faithful, the lords of Andúnir. And yeah, they visited and then they gifted the Numenorians several things. The white tree they gifted them, and also 7 Palantiri. How the Palantiri got into the possession of the elves here on this island, we don't know, because the Palantiri are originally made by Fëanor, according to Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings. And the Teleri are not the hugest fan of the Fëanor, to be honest. So maybe there was kind of compensation for the kinslaying or whatever. I don't know. And yeah. They kept 1 stone on the island, the Master Stone, and gave 7 stones to the Numenorians. And then later from Numenor, those get to Middle-earth. But yeah, that's the reason. But in origin, you're right, they are elvish artifacts, so to say. That's the story here. Settler score. Yeah, that's good. It's not a stupid question at all. Like, the show could have explained this a little bit better. Why it's like we only learned it's an elf artifact in the show. It's not really explained, and in Lord of the Rings, it's also not really explained. Only in the books there's like a few lines about them. Then in Unfinished Tales there's an essay about them, where we learn a bit more how they work and so on. It's too bad that there doesn't seem to be anything of interest in the Darklands. Well, maybe Ungoliant, but yeah, I guess the reason why is it's just would be too much. Like, Middle Earth is already full enough, and a lifetime was not enough to fill it all for Tolkien. So there's that. Galadriel fighting with the orc, that's wrong. Yeah, for sure. I think her goal is to convince him to not attack Eregion. I think that's her main goal here. I would assume. To say that's exactly what Sauron wants. That's maybe his, not trap, but his plan. We should be careful here. And also, interestingly, it was established before that Gil-galad was also on a Galadriel's side with rings. And here this time they might be again on the same side. And Elrond says, no, we have to defend them now. We have to go there, do something. And I don't know how this develops. It's a very interesting setup. We know that Elrond is present at this fight. Also, we know later Gil-galad is present there as well. But for the time being, it seems it's more an Elrond fight. And then Gil-galad might also, at some point, come there as well. What changes his mind is hard to tell, and there might also be, I don't know, some other force that joins them. Thanks for the answer. Line-blighted answer, I like too. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, reading only The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and the Silmarillion is quite a lot already, so that's not little. And the other books are kind of special cases, for sure. I mean, Unfinished Tales is also pretty readable. History of Middle-earth books are very special, I think. Like, you really need to want to know how everything was created and all the different versions and stuff. Else it becomes complicated. I guess Great Tales is also pretty good, and the letters can be interesting. I think both Tolkien and the show are not very precise. I think Tolkien maybe a bit more than the show, but sure. In the west of Mordor. Yeah, it must be close to the village or something. Somewhat close. It could be anywhere. Like, the map stuff is very unfortunate in the show that we don't know that much. What do you think of Adar as a character? I think Adar is a very interesting character for me. I usually like when he appears. And the dialogue with Galadriel in Season 1 was definitely one of the better things in Season 1, or it was actually pretty cool to have this. And I think because the only reason why this character exists is the mystery box approach of the show, kind of. Because when Sauron is Halbrand all the time and is basically traveling around the world with Galadriel, then somebody needs to be in charge of Mordor and do things there. And I think for that they created Adar, interestingly. So that they have somebody in Mordor who gets the orcs together, who transforms it into Mordor, even though that, in my opinion, wouldn't be necessary to show. But I guess that was an image or a scene they wanted to show or depict in the show as well. It was a bit passive and manipulated compared to season 1 for sure. Like he's now basically the orc guy that kind of fulfills that the orcs have an interest to march to Eregion, even though out of themselves they would not be interested to go to Eregion at all. Who was in charge when Sauron was gone? The Nazgul later on. He might have something like another servant, like the mouth of Sauron or something. It's not the same mouth of Sauron, but there might be a character like that he had in Mordor that he trusts or so. I'm still wondering why he even give a reason why, if they give a reason why he marches to Eregion, or did I miss something? He marches to Eregion because he thinks Sauron is there, which is true. Sauron himself has said this to him. The mouth of Sauron. Yeah, sorry, my TH isn't that great. The mouth of Sauron. Hard to say word for me. Sorry. I mean, in the Second Age, the quest that we don't know, unfortunately, Rosemary. I could only tell you, like, the first time the Nazgul appear. To be fair, though, the Nazgul appear in the Second Age. First appearance is, according to Appendix B, I think 2251, Second Age. Yeah. Death of Tar Atanamir, Tar Ankalimon takes the scepter. Rebellion and division of the Númenóreans begins. About this time, the Nazgul, or Ringwraiths, slaves of the Nine Rings, first appear. So 2251 years into the Second Age, the Nazgul appear for the first time. That is 650 years after the creation of the One Ring. Just in case people wonder how long these events are, how many years are between these events. Yeah, it could also be that the orcs simply split up into tribes and so on. That is also a possibility if no one is in charge, like if the Dark Lord is not around. And yeah, before the Nazgul are there, he has to have contact with some of the Númenóreans. So there is a possibility that before the Nazgul, there were actually Black Númenóreans in charge somewhere. So Black Númenóreans are those Númenóreans who are kingsmen and kind of fall for Sauron. And then at the end, one of the last scenes is creation of the Nine Rings, I would assume. I hope this... I assume the 9 rings are also created off-screen again. We see it hinted here. The 9 rings are created here at the end. And the last scene would be Anatar observing this here. Potentially putting in some of his evil again. The creation of the 9. The problem is, chat, we still have to talk about Numenor. I can't believe that we are so... I'm just the worst streamer on earth, it seems. We never get to anything. Yeah, it's meaningless for Rings of Power, of course, but... Do you think that Adar suspects Halbrand, that he is maybe not who he claims to be, King of the Southlands? I mean, he released the Southlanders and marches against Eregion or on Halbrand's behalf. I could imagine he suspects something. I'm not sure. I think we will definitely discuss this, because now that Galadriel is here with him, she can tell him that Halbrand is Sauron. I'm very curious if she will do this. Because when she learns that Halbrand said, yeah, Sauron is in Eregion, which is technically true, it's actually the truth. It might be interesting in this context. So this talk between these two will be very interesting next episode, or the episode after that. I'm not sure. I could see next episode will be also quite busy. Yeah, that's also true. The books were quite kind of different in this regard. So chat, we have this here. Overcooked sepia ramen. Is there anything we have forgotten? Like, Gil-galad at the end, I think, still is an interesting dialogue. I can't really make up what this means. Of course, Elrond also has Nenya with him. He shows this as a proof or something. And we still have the question, because we had this commander debate. Did he now send his armies already to Mordor or not? Like, what are they going to do here? It's quite kind of interesting thing here. Very curious what the king might say. He might refuse to send armies to Eregion, though, because he says it makes no sense. We can't defeat both of them, which is a strange statement, because only one has an army. Who's going to believe that Sauron was still a badass in power after Morgoth, but also convinced them to make the rings? I understand that Adar wants to ally with Galadriel and get her intel on Eregion. But what is Galadriel trying to do? I think the best outcome is when Adar would not attack Eregion and stay simply at home in Mordor, because then there would be no war for the elves. That would be good. I wouldn't say he forgave Sauron. He said, well, Sauron, you should go back to the headquarters and await your punishment. That's kind of what Eonwur said. And he said, well, yeah, I do this. Let me just go over there really quick and look there. And then he just hid and for some time. Yeah, it's true. It's not the fault of Galadriel, like of the actress of Morvis Clark. She's a fantastic actress, like her a lot. It's just how the character is just so strangely written. It's not her fault, though. The personal attacks are always not that great, to be honest. Yeah, we still have to talk about the faithful, chat, and that's why we just asking, is there anything important here we have overlooked? Did you notice something where you say, oh, that might be a cool reference or so? If so, feel free to write it in chat. I mean, I kind of like the orcs as always going through the wood with this wagon and so on. I mean, there's here and there some cool details, but like usually the scene would look like this, by the way, a bit bright, I guess. Like I said, we just make everything a bit brighter. So now we have the unfortunate task. If nobody has anything, finally we discuss the fall of the Roman Republic, Numenor. Yeah. I'm completely honest with you people. I did not expect that we would discuss this stuff here for so long, chat. So we see a new camera shot of Numenor. This looked very unsharp on my side of things. You know, a bit pixelated, but here the screenshot looks actually okay. But that is fun, that is true. The problem is I need to finish this discussion, I feel, today here, and go to bed. Because I'm also slowly running out of steam again. I think that's the most important scene. Not most important. Farazon and Kemen talk. Now it's Farazon, by the way, the king. Yeah, we discussed. I criticized this quite a bit already. Maybe I remove the filter here. Yeah, maybe there was time for punishment and then kind of a redemption for Sauron, potentially, yes. I really should find something to eat. This is with my theater group. So basically, you are trying to make one episode a trilogy of a stream. Yeah, that's... No, I don't. We go through Numenor really quick. So what is interesting in this thing here? We have, first of all, we learned that Kemen's mother also died. and that she prophesied that there would be an ill end for Kemen. That's a weird thing to say to your son, to be honest. But whatever. Farazon is crazy though. And I really like the actor. Like, he portrays Farazon, I think, quite well. So, also, the actor of Kemen I found acted pretty well in this thing here. He has a scepter, and Farazon just was promoted king off screen. So he usurped Miriel by claiming that the eagle was there for him, not for Miriel, which I find still very strange, because the writers of Numenor, I don't know what is wrong. Like, what is wrong with the writing room there? I get that sometimes people have strange opinions and so on, but how did they imagine this would work? Like, the eagle was flying, I don't know, around Numenor for all the time. That when is Farazon finally in the right position? Now he's there. I land there, and then he says, "Yeah, welcome, Mr. Eagle. I awaited you. You are here for me, right?" And nobody thought, wait, isn't he here for Miriel? Because officially that's her coronation, and the eagle potentially started flying from Amman over the sea to visit us when he heard it's the coronation, or when the coronation of Miriel was announced. Yeah, potentially that's the case. So he's 100% here for Miriel, not for Farazon. I don't get how this makes it such a strong point for him to usurp a queen, but okay, that's where we are. I felt that's a bit cheap. Then, didn't he need a coronation scene grabbing the scepter? Didn't he need the blessing of this high priest or whatever? How does he suddenly is king in this thing? There's so many questions unanswered here, and that I find very how to call it, like, strange. That usurpation scene is awful. Yeah, the problem is the power of account creation is unfortunately an unlimited resource. The union of Farazon and Miriel represented a nice shortcut to power. That is true, of course. And here we don't even see that. It was an icky shortcut, yeah. But here they don't marry yet. Maybe they will. I'm not sure what. We don't know. Maybe the marriage also, what do you call it? Yeah, marriage. The wedding, that's the word. The wedding happened also off screen. Who knows? In this show, you never know what happens off screen. It could be nothing or everything. Like in the book, if Tar Palantir died to unnatural causes, not sure how old did Tar Palantir get though. Do we know that? Yeah, okay. He's 220 years old. The problem is his predecessor, 217. Well, he got older than his predecessor, so 226. Okay, that's so age-wise, he seems to be old enough. Let's put it that way. However, coming back to the scene, he mentions the tower in the south. We discussed this earlier, chat, in the other stream. I showed there was a question about the White Tower. So on this is Tol Eressëa. This is a map. A map, I say. What is it called? An image by Benef. And yeah, he allowed me to use this. It was created quite some time ago, years. And yeah, here we see the Tower of Avalone. That's like a little... Yeah, this is the capital, I guess, on Tol Eressëa. And on those, like the Teleri of Aman live in parts on this island. And they have this tower. And since the oceans of the world are not bent, we discussed this also earlier, you can potentially see over there from Numenor. So there's that. Also keep in mind this map here I'm showing is just, I made it myself at one point. It's just a sketch. It's not precise. It's just to get roundabout an idea how things might have looked. What's your opinion if they omit the marriage or the wedding? I don't know. I, to be honest, don't really care too much because there are also different versions. There's one version where Mediel married him of free will, I think, and there's one version where she didn't. It was kind of forced into this marriage. So it's a bit difficult to say. I mean, it happens, I guess, in all the versions because she was Tar Miriel was the queen of Numenor, and yeah, marrying her cousin was the easiest way for him to grant power and have some kind of legitimate claim or so. But yeah, I don't know. Yes, true. Only 3 episodes left. Marriage may be a waste of time, for sure. Maybe they marry later or so, because there's a civil war now on Numenor or whatever. The faithful doing stuff, starting to organize. Who knows? Elendil maybe leaves the capital / harbor city, which are fused in the show together. Really hard to tell. But yeah, this is now the first time, which I think is also an important point here, that we see in the show, no, not the first time, but here in this dialogue, Pharazôn basically talks about the elves and Aman and immortality, the undying lands and so on, and goes a bit into the direction of they are immortal and basically withholding that from us, which is a prime motif for Pharazôn or Ar-Pharazôn in the books as well. And in the show, I feel like they always try to slightly scratch the surface of this here in like in a handful of scenes. For example, when Eärien and the other dudes were tasked to got the task to create the tomb for Tar Palantir and so on, and he held a speech what this means, that the tomb where his remains are laid is basically what makes him immortal in a way, because people always will look at this and think about this and so on. So he goes a bit into this direction, a bit in the show, but I feel like it's very, very underdeveloped yet, even though it's one of his prime motives to do what he might do. Though, to be fair, he has still some time to develop this further. It's not like it needs to be on point right now. And this is now the first time where I say, yeah, this route they should have earlier created, especially in context of that the King's Men are not only Pharazôn, but a lot of people are Numenor actually, and this is their motivations, that they went with this elves stealing our jobs brood. That doesn't help too much in my opinion. The king of the pirates. Elendil marries Miriel and then he has to listen. That would be interesting, but I don't think so. Yeah, I could also light blinded fool. I also think something similar, that that maybe the Númenóreans capture Sauron also close, bring him to Numenor, and then in season 3 the Númenórean plot with Sauron can be established. Very curious how deep they will go into this direction. Who knows? So, chat. I had the scene here, right, chat? No, that is wrong. Yeah, okay. So, is there anything to add to this particular scene? I felt like this was a fairly Númenórean scene, to be honest. We learn a bit about Kemen. That's, I think, not bad. We might become a Witch King, a Nazgûl later or something, who knows. We will see Kemen a bit more. And also Pharazôn makes clear that he also says that the scepter is potentially not enough. Like, Kemen only sees Numenor, Pharazôn sees more than that. It's also a cool scepter, to be honest. The kings of Andúni had their own scepter, by the way. I tried to get a good shot of the scepter currently, just in case you wonder, what is he doing there? Not bad. And the scepter of Numenor, I think, becomes the scepter of not of Numenor, of Andúni, becomes the one that is later that of Anúminas, of Arnor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, not sure if an invasion fleet has time to develop. I'm also curious how they will solve all of this. I'm not sure. I mean, the Eregion part doesn't need Numenor yet, to be fair, because in the books, like, the orcs attack Eregion, and then they continue and attack all of Eriador and basically conquer almost all of Middle-earth. Some stay behind to let the dwarves at bay and at some other place, and the rest goes to Lindon and tries to get rid of the elves one and for all. So chat. I'm just thinking about, is there anything else we need in the scene to be explained? I like how he says, my life, always in my life I believed it would be, but it's not. Also, we can maybe briefly talk about his outfit. Farazon came in, let's call it 2. Like, he wears interestingly red for quite a bit. He also recommended red to Medial, if we remember. Pretty cool outfit, though, for Farazon, I have to admit. I really like the design. Apparently there can have any parents that actually get on with each other. Yeah, that's a very common theme in the show, that parents don't get along with their kids quite well. It's not unusual, though, to be fair. Sam would use it as a gardening tool, yes. If I was designing a scepter for an island nation, I would make it hollow so it can't sink in the ocean. That's actually... I like that idea. So it should survive the fall of Numenor? Maybe. But Andunia is not really mentioned here. Also, Tad Elenion, welcome. Who thinks are Farazon the Golden should be golden-haired, lore-wise? Just curious. That's an interesting idea, that the golden means his hair. I'm not sure if there any mention of Farazon's hair color. House, children, death, birth. No, not here, at least not in this list. Yeah, he is called the Golden. Is there any explanation why? Was the proudest and most powerful of all the kings, and no less than kingship of the world was his desire. He was ambitious. Farazon, by the way, Farazon means golden in Adonaic already. I find this interesting. Tarkalion would be his Quenya name. And yeah, he means, his name is called Golden the Golden. So Tarkalion means son of light. Interestingly. So, I don't know. I mean, he's still from the line, and I mean, it's not impossible, I think. But considering they are from, I don't know, the line of Elros, and Elros had dark hair, I would assume golden might be his clothing style more. Because he was closest to Morgoth in heart. Yeah, maybe. No mention of his hair color lore-wise, but I also take into account his Marachian heritage. But yeah, it's always complicated, I guess. Looking for a bus. But yeah, I don't know, chat. But yeah, it seems like they don't talk much. And that is kind of established, maybe, do you think? In season 1, I often had the feeling he tried to impress his father, but he would always say, no, stupid son, that's not how it works. So it's kind of difficult to tell if they had, like, what kind of relationship they have. Potentially not the best. In the meantime, Miriel and Elendil have an interesting conversation as well. Miriel's an interesting character. I like her quite a lot. She would be a wise queen. Unfortunate, wise queen is not the demand what Numenor currently has. So she's in her tower again. So she's still alive, but maybe it's not allowed to leave it or whatever. I don't know what they are going to do with her. Strange that he keeps his son around only to bully him, yeah. Well, is it so strange, to be honest? Have Numenorians used Quenya outside the names? I'm not sure which language Elendil talks to Galadriel, but he answers when Elendil meets Galadriel, they have at least talk Elvish, so yes. They also talk Quenya in the other scene in this episode, in this shrine of the faithful. Yeah, it's a funeral also, that might be possible. Yes. So we have this scene, and it was also a kind of interesting one. And Elendil tells her basically, you have to, we would fight for you, queen. Interestingly, Miriel has like a more golden dress now. And Miriel asks Elendil what he has seen in the Palantir. Here it becomes kind of interesting. So I asked you last time, does he see a vision? I thought Elendil would also see the downfall of Numenor, but now it seems the vision has changed for for Elendil. Elendil vision. And Medial is wise enough to tell, well, when you touch the Palantir, things change. When I touch the Palantir, I see the downfall of Numenor. This was already teased by the Palantir, and Medial now believes that Elendil might be the key to prevent this. And Pharazôn also took kingship, so maybe this is good for Numenor. And he says, you should endure what is happening. By the way, outside you hear people shouting still, Pharazôn, so they are very happy about that. But she basically says you should endure everything by outward patience, because this might save Numenor. And that's such an impressive thing to say. So she's she has the well-being of Numenor and his people and their people in mind, or her people in mind, and that makes her a great queen, in my opinion. Unfortunately, yeah, great queens are currently not demanded in Numenor. That's the problem, and yeah, we will see how this develops. I kind of like this though. It's yeah, kind of interesting. Would you say maybe that, I don't know, let's say this is sunrise and he goes to west? Not sure if that's the intention. It could also be sun. It could also be the sun going down. We see in the background of this particular thing here. We see this. We see definitely the capital. We see the palace. We see the statue of Eärendil and so on. So he's leaving the capital. Like I said, in the books, the capital is Armenelos, and then there's the big harbor city in the east, which is Romena, I think it's called. And in the show, both fuse together because Armenelos is not a harbor city. Also, yeah, somebody said, will we see a view from Meneltarma, the big mountain in the middle of Numenor? And I hope so, but maybe only very late in the show. I'm not sure. Would be interesting to see, though. I'm going to find food. Great discussion here. Thank you for joining for so long and supporting us here with your knowledge. Much appreciated, and have a good one. Yeah, that is another interpretation possibility. Elendil saw a different vision because he has a different destiny. But Miriel does not know that. And so she thinks that maybe with this, the vision of the downfall of Numenor changes. So she accepts that this might lead to her accepting, maybe even saying, yeah, maybe you and Pharazôn are what helps Numenor. And maybe she marries him or whatever. I'm not sure if that will happen or so, to take a step back or whatever. But she definitely can. Like, it's impressive that this character is so. Like, has a lot of empathy and tries to take herself not too important. She has shown this multiple times. Makes her a very nice character, actually. Seems like a good soul. Yeah, I think also he sees himself that the faithful maybe have to leave for the time, and maybe he returns west to Andunia, where maybe his ancestors are. I'm not sure if the show does it similar. And maybe there he meets his son Anarion. I could imagine something like this. Not sure if this happens this season or next season. We will find out. But I found this vision kind of interesting. But he had a vision while touching, the brief moment he touched the Palantir, he also had a vision. Yeah, and he just asked him to endure all the stuff. And boy, has Elendil to endure. So in the next scene, then we see him talking to his daughter, Eärien. And it seems like, because of course Pharazôn is an usurper, and he knows he's not the rightful king of Numenor. So as a result, he does not want that faithful are in charge of armies and troops and whatnot. So all, and the Sea Guard or whatever it's called. And as a result, those faithful military persons are stripped from their rank, and yeah, Eärien kind of supports this, which is not smart by Eärien, to be honest, but here we are. Yeah, it might be too soon, that's true. In the story, doesn't Isildur carry out the theft of the sapling at night? Could be the morning. Yeah, maybe. Isildur for that has to come back. Maybe Elendil does the theft in the show. Who knows? Yeah, like Rosemary says. Will Isildur come back to Numenor? Very hard to tell. Yeah, Pharazôn definitely has ambitions here. Isildur might just meet up with the Numenorians when they return to Middle-earth. He doesn't have a ship after all, that's true. It depends on how Pharazôn expands to Middle-earth or whatever, if there will be more Numenorian ships or whatever. And he's a faithful, or he's a son of a faithful, so he might not be welcome in Numenor anyway. It's a bit difficult. This actor and character is so much better than the Numenorian plot so far. Yeah, that's true. I also really like Elendil in the show. So yeah, Elendil struggles with his daughter and has to. Elendil gives his sword away, kind of, which he got from Miriel. This is the sword he got from Miriel. We had a theory that this might be Narsil later, the weapon, the sword of Elendil, but it has also the sun on it. The moon is missing, I guess. Maybe he gets a new sword, maybe he steals it back, or some stuff happens later. I don't know. And yeah, we have this cool scene where the people, his I don't know, subordinates and people from the faithful in the Sea Guard saying, yeah, thank you, may the Valar bless you, stuff like this. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I think it's a powerful scene, and Kemen tries to shut them down, but they of course don't listen to him. And you see that Elendil definitely has some power, and he's slowly. I mean, if this scene I liked a lot because they kind of building Elendil up to, okay, he's respected at least by the faithful people. He can become a leader, and maybe later we know Elendil becomes the king of Arnor and the High King of Arnor and Gondor, and yeah, so. That's definitely special. Yeah, there might be ships in the west or something where Elendil flees in the west. They will come up with something. Yeah, then Valandil talks to Earien, and yeah, Valandil is not happy. He says, yeah, you have new friends now, kind of thing. Yemen is not happy about the situation. And yeah, we could... I think Rosemary on the Discord, shoutouts to her again. Let me just see if I find it. She did some reading here. The question is, I forgot where it was. The strength of men is, I think, written on the thing, right, Rosemary? So yeah, that's written on their clothes here, in case you wonder about this. Now I have to find my stuff here. But it was a powerful scene. I kind of liked this, and yeah, I mean, what you could criticize maybe a little bit is, not criticize it, but it's interesting, like, Elendil's wife drowned, also the mother of, as a result, also the mother of Isildur and Earien and Anarion drowned. And it's a strange metaphor he chooses towards his daughter when Elendil talks to her daughter. That I definitely found a bit strange, this kind of metaphor in this context. But yeah, they're not on the best terms anyway. I also think I kind of believe that Earien does, like, Earien even offers Valandil that he's maybe taken from this list or something, that he can maybe organize something for him. So, and he kind of rejects, I would interpret it this way. Somehow, when Sauron flirts with a woman already spoken for, he's a woman of him, but when Isildur flirts with an already spoken for woman, people are cheering. Yeah, it's an interesting point you make there. Valandi is one of these disbanded veterans freshly installed. The dictators fear so much, yeah. But here I think it's more like a personal thing between him and Kemen, I think. Come to this, I guess, in a moment. Still, yeah, I think overall the scene builds up a lot of things. We also, in this scene, of course, let me see if I find it. Valandil also, yeah, is the first one who says captain and still calls him captain, even though he says, I'm not a captain anymore, you know? And he kind of starts all of this. So, very strong moment of this character, I think. The question is, yeah, I don't know. What the relationship of Elendil with Valandil is. Maybe he sees him a bit as, I don't know. I wouldn't say a replacement for Isildur. It sounds wrong. But you know what I mean? Kind of, he was also a good friend of his son and so on. So I think, and they both also served. And they were in the Southlands together and so on, so there's maybe some bond going on, and he definitely yeah, sees him like he maybe saying Valandil is maybe for Elendil now like his own son, something like this, but maybe it's a bit much, but you know what I mean. They definitely established that those that they like each other in this father-son relationship kind of thing. At least a little bit, I felt. They stood together by Medial when she was blind, exactly. And later also Valandil defends Medial, so they're definitely on the faithful side of things. Yeah, the bond between Elendil and Valandil feels really not contribute. I'm not sure if you... But yeah. Yeah. Well, it's already late, so... Thanks, Sam. I also found it funny, though. But yeah, this scene was kind of interesting. I liked it overall. Like I said, the metaphor was strange. And maybe Earian, I also believe from Earian's perspective, she might think she does the right thing. And she has maybe also some ambitions. But at the same time, I think she's underestimating where her actions might lead to. Actually, I disagree a little if they interacted much before. He was on Elendil's ship, and they were also in the other place. So a little bit they have interacted, but mostly in season 1. In season 2, I think you're right. They might not have interacted much with each other. I would say if you have in context of season 1, it might work a bit better. At least there's some shared history. With the Mouse of Sauron. Ja, ein kleines unbestraft. That's the case. Put these ambitions to rest, foul tarnished. Yeah, there I recognize the Elden Ring reference of our good old friend Margit, but yeah. Elendil also kind of molded these sailors to keep the standards, and since they all did good, there's a bond. Maybe kind of. I think we saw a scene with them at the start of the season when Valandil told Elendil to free Bedek. So he seemed to understand Elendil's mind at least somewhat. Yeah, that's true. That was the flashback, although, of season 1. The Numenor plot hurts me. Wonderful stages, I agree. Stages are awesome. Costumes and some, maybe not all, good actors. But stupid dialogues and no clear explanation of the conflict of the two groups. Yeah, I think I agree with you. Like, the conflict in season 1 was not very good at establishing the fundamental conflict and so on. I feel, though, this episode kind of tried to bring this a bit back on course. So I have to kind of see over. Dialogue is still very bad. Yeah, dialogue is sometimes not that great, to be fair. But in this episode, I felt like it worked for the most part. It's the only outright stupid part of the show. Yeah, unfortunately. Numenor is just a mess in many ways, especially in season 1, I feel. Didn't help much what they did there. They name the group at randoms. Now in this episode, the name Kingsmen falls, which are those that follow Pharazon's usurping the queen, and then we have the faithful who are on Medial's side, kind of thing. And they kind of try to explain, but they simply don't do a very good job. As a book fan, you kind of understand what they are doing there, but yeah, like I said, it's not the greatest job. The next scene, though, we have good old friend Pharazon, or Ar-Pharazon now, excuse me, in front of the Palantir. And even though they said she uses an elven artifact, he also uses an elven artifact because he wants to know the future. Who does not want to know? What is in the future for him? Ar-Pharazon want to use the Palantir. The show kind of pretends that there's only one Palantir in Numenor. It's not the case, actually 7 of those. But whatever. We don't know. Maybe it's different ones or so. But since Medial's Palantir is gone, because it was found, Durin's and Disa's acting feels decent because they seem to have fun. I just wish they told their own stories. I want to ask you, you mentioned how season 1 suffered from COVID and sets looked empty, and I agree. However, the world in season 2 seems small, like the show general can't get stage size. Yeah, that is true though. I feel it got better, let's say it that way. At least it feels better. Like in, I don't know, early on in some scenes you see simply more people on the stage. Like remember when Bronwyn held a speech in season 1? If you looked very closely, you saw it was like 5 people and they were digitally copied 5 times, potentially due to COVID restrictions. They were only allowed to film there with, I don't know, 10 people or so on stage. So as a result, they had to amp up the numbers, and there were potentially some problems here and there while filming all of this. And I feel this is less noticeable now in season 2. There is a massive improvement. I still agree it's not perfect though, that you sometimes see this. Yeah, I'm not sure if the showrunners know that the reason why Gondor has 7 stars on their flag or on their banner is because of the 7 Palantiri, but who knows? Maybe we see more Palantiri on Numenor. Maybe the others, in theory, the Lords of Andunia should have the Palantiri with them. And they have different sizes and stuff. That also comes. I'm very curious. Also, Palantiri don't show the future. Maybe the past. And usually you can like watch in the present kind of into the distance and see what is going on there right now. And you can exchange thought kind of images of your mind with it. You can even look with it through mountains or inside. But you have to, but where you look, there has to be light. That's why if you basically put a piece of cloth or whatever around it, it goes dark. Lord, Alpha was my favorite RPG, bro. Kind of like it. If Palantir shows the destiny of the user instead of maybe the future, Farazon should see the same as Mirel. Yeah, that is true. He should maybe see also the downfall of Numenor, or even worse, he may be his own downfall, which will be very deep. It is possible that there are more than 7 Palantiri on Middle-earth, but let's say there are at least 7 Palantiri in on Numenor. I mean, there are at least 7. There could be, maybe there could be no. I'm not sure if it is explicitly stated that there are only a total of 7. It reads a bit like this, to be honest, because I never came to the thought maybe there are more and it's just 7 that were rescued. That's possible, but yeah, maybe there were just 7 because those Palantiri are rare artifacts. They don't exist in an infinite number, if that makes sense. So it's already impressive that they have 7, and the 8th is standing on Tol Erese, as explained earlier. There's also, Tolkien writes in a note that there might be some kind of, not ritual, but there's some technique or some method to kind of block out the view of a Palantir, which does not necessarily mean make it dark. I suspect they are saving larger cast for the upcoming battles. Yeah, for sure, that as well. Don't they squish? Yeah, they squish centuries many generations of kings into one generation. And yeah, a generation or one lifetime of a king is very long, as you say in Numenor. It's like they compress thousands of years here into like the creation of the 3 rings of power, and the time Pharazôn gets to power, there are like, I don't know, 1,400 years in between, more than that actually. So it's a massive time compression here. A lot of details left out and so on. I think they don't have a better choice if they don't want to tell this in a very, very different way. So chat, is there anything left to say about this particular scene? Else we can maybe... We just like the age they should be showing isn't that important, but damn does it set up next age which is more important events, but somewhat condensed. I feel like they should have made a third age show at times, but whatever. Next scene. You mentioned the eyebrows. Yes. So what is the next scene in Numenor, chat? I would say there's some interesting details in that. Why we talk about this scene here first. I think in season 1 we also saw some of these lighthouses in action. It's maybe now a bit bright because I still have, well, it's still bright. But yeah, we see fire above Numenor and so on. Do you think this is kind of a foreshadowing of what might happen later in Numenor with burning stuff? Who knows? Just a thought. Also, yeah, we got a nice other shot of Numenor, which is pretty neat. I have to admit, like, Numenor looks pretty cool here in these animations. A lot of effort must have went into making these scenes. And then, yeah, we had this shrine of the faithful. And yeah, there a lot of things happen. Valandil is there. Very beautiful cinematography. And yeah, they are kind of, it seems like they are let me just write something here really quick in my note. Yeah, that is true. But still they believed in the Valar and their existence and so on. But of course, they believed only in one god, which is Eru, of course. That they have like a place to meet, though, I don't think it's too much of a stretch. Tolkien tried to keep out very religious elements out of his books, even though his religion is definitely can be found in all his works. So here they try to explore this in some way, or just not explore this in some way, but make it different a little bit. They have like a shrine, and I don't know. Still, that they believe in the Valar and so on, and in Eru. That is definitely something I can at least live with, if that makes sense. This, of course, later changed, though, of course, but yeah. Spin-off movie, Funeral Crashes. Yeah, this is, by the way, the scene how it would be normally in the show. A cemetery, then a church. Yeah, maybe. I can see, I know what you mean if you look into the letters, what Tolkien wrote and so on about Numenor and so on, but it's... I didn't see it as too much of an offense that... It is a thing to exploit. Maybe you, as said in chat, maybe as Rosemary said in chat, maybe it is like a cemetery, then a church, and you go there to remember the dead. Something like that. That would be not too unusual for society to do. Exactly, for those whose bodies could not be recovered after the battle. There were quite a few. We have seen this Numenorian soldier in this in this other episode where Isildur wants to drink out of the pond and there's a dead body in it. So this Numenorian soldier did not return home. Yeah, you need a completely dark room. I can make it a bit brighter again, chat. Just wanted to show how it looks normally. Is it the Aqueduct Planner meeting? It's kind of too soon, I think. The fountain, yes. This is presented as a religious shrine. Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting detail that Tolkien really tried to keep this so much out of his works. But it's interesting that Tolkien pushed it so far out of his writings. But I know what you mean. Like there's no establishment. There's only, as you write, Meneltarma, the mountain in the middle of Numenor, which will be very tough to. Well, it's not tough, but here in the middle. Oh, this is Numenor here on the map, and only this was basically this one place where Eru was worshipped under special occasions and so on. But yeah. Those candles in calm shells remind me of some kind of sweets which were popular in the 80s. Yeah. I also had to think of those, to be honest. Oh, Liana's here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Let me just see. So we have this. Yeah, in this scene, a lot of stuff is happening actually. So then at some point, good old friend Kemen appears in the middle of the night and tells you have to go because the aqueduct planners are planning to destroy this place. It makes very little sense. Of course, he wants to annoy. Kemen crashes the party, so to say. The funeral. And comes here. And even the high priest is shocked that he's here. What is this guy doing here? He's not invited. Here on the jacket of the high priest, I think last time we spent quite a bit of time into reading this. And it turns out it reads since the rising of the star, and it means the star that the Edain had to follow to come to this island, Elena Starwards, as it was originally called. And the star was the star of Eärendil, of course, the father of Elrond and Elros, and Elros was the first king of Numenor. So the star has, of course, is a powerful symbol for the Numenorians. And here we also already see this little statue here in the background. Very interesting. And yeah, it comes to quite a bit of conflict. And Elendil really, really has to keep it together. And then there's some dialogue. I have to look into it again. Wait a moment, chat. Kim is also really pushing it in this scene. And Elendil holds him back. I also found this an interesting... Okay, we just should go chronologically through it, because it's kind of interesting. Elendil is not angry. Is angry, but is stopped by Valandil here in this scene. In time said, yeah, well, let's keep things civil here. Oops. Always do a lot of mistakes here in the background chat. Yeah, there is this little statue here. And I think here we're crossing the line of worship or so. So we lose the monotheistic aspect kind of thing if you have this. I mean, the elves also have statues potentially of the Valar in some way. Even though they only believe in God, but they know that these entities exist, so... And yeah, the statue, basically, there's an interesting line regarding these things here. This is how it looks without the brightness. Excuse me, just have to drink something real quick. Yeah, he wears the same outfit for the coronation. It's his universal high priest outfit. The Star of Erendil did upgrade all the elves in Middle-earth to Kalakwendi status. Potentially not, no. Well, that is maybe too far away. But just imagine, like, maybe referencing my idea that due to the Silmaril, Elrond might be able to see the unseen. I mean, I just imagine that Elwing holds little Elrond as a baby in his arms and has the Nauglamir around her neck. So it's right next to his face, which would be maybe similar. For Elros, of course, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a theory of mine, keep this in mind. Could also be related to the ring, but at least the Silmaril emits the light of the two trees, so I think it's something that I find not completely stupid. You know what I mean? No, it was just water. What I was drinking. Out of a water bottle. I'm running out of water bottles here. However, yeah, I assume because the priest here in this scene, like, Elendil basically says, wait, I escort him out. We don't have to escalate this. And yeah, this man, I'm not sure who he is exactly. So yeah, Elendil tries to not escalate the situation, and this man here he's holding says an interesting line in Sindarin. If she is not stored, the souls for whom she weeps will be lost. Which is an interesting line. We know one Valar who weeps and mourns and so on. She's the Valar of mourning and pity, and that is Nienna. So I assume the statue we see here might be that one of the Valar Nienna. That was mac and cheese. Nice. Nienna always mix up with Nenya. Well, it's similar, I guess, phonetically. I really like the image of Elrond and Elros being refined by the light of the Silmarillion upon their mother. Yeah, like I said, it's just a stupid theory of mine, though. Keep this in mind. Not even a priesthood. I mean, the idea to do this is not for the aqueduct. It's simply to, what do you call it in German, in English? To bully, yeah, that's potentially the word. He just wants to bully the faithful. A little hassle, a little oppression. Yeah, exactly. Schikanieren, what would they say in German? Which is also a strange word, actually. Elrond is an important character, though his reverence, high powers, and lineage are toned down and not revealed in full. Yeah, it could actually be true. Could be a Yiddish word. Well, there's a word chicane in it, maybe. From French, yeah. I think it's a French word. Potentially. I might be wrong. Yeah, poor Elendil can't catch a break. Yeah, the overall scene is maybe a bit in Indian it sounds similar to ice. Nina, that's interesting. Let me just look into the scene here. So he says this in Sindarin. I mean, in theory, yes, the faithful could speak Sindarin. They often, though, name-wise and stuff, they used Quenya. I'm not sure if there's any, or there's much of a reference. And then Kemen just destroys it. I like the expression of the bearded guy, though. Destroys thing. Liquid, what is it in English? Whatever. It was destroyed, unfortunately, and yeah, the bearded guy is not happy about this. Bearded guy not happy. And then, yeah, Elendil punches Kemen. He says, okay, enough, boy. With some... Nienna would be quite broken up by these events, that's true. I call this iconoclasm. There's some heavy wig action going on in this shot. He looks Amish, yeah, kind of, right? The bearded guy did nothing wrong. Yeah, that's actually true. This destruction of the statuette was quite predictable and cliche, but effective nonetheless. Yeah, for sure. They don't get the award for most creative written show on Earth. And then, oops. And then, yeah, Kemen is on the ground. And then, yeah. Kemen wants to punch Elendil. I kind of like how he puts his thumb on his chin. Like, I don't know why, but I found this was a funny gesture here. Said, yeah, that's where I will hit you hard. Jeffrey scene. Who knows what might happen with him. But yeah, Valandil holds the arm of Kemen and also had enough. And then a fight breaks out. Kemen and Valandil fight. Valandil and people fight. Oh, where's my thing here, chat? It's slowly getting to the end. I can't believe it, chat. And yeah, a lot of things happen here in this scene. Lore-wise, I can't tell you much, but yeah, of course, the Kingsmen were oppressing the faithful in these events. I just wish that this development here to this would be better developed already in Numenor. So we understand this conflict a bit better. Like this whole scene here and everything we have seen should have been multiple episodes focusing on Numenor. As a result, it feels always a bit rushed and not well written and so on. It's kind of like the actors, for the most part, I like so much in this section, but it always feels rushed and so on. It's a bit cliche here and there. Everything, like the set piece, is awesome, but the writing is unfortunately not on point. They don't have enough time for this because they spend too much time on Galadriel convincing Numenorians to go to help, I don't know, 100 Southlanders in 6 houses in the Southlands. It's just very weird. The whole setup for this is weird. I heard a rumor that Eärien might become a Nazgul. Yeah, we talked earlier about this, Liana. And maybe, like, we're on the list currently for potential Nazgul are Kemen, Eärien, and Pharazôn. It's not clear, we looked a bit into it, but it's hard to tell that technically, though I think all the Nazgul were men actually. It's never stated explicitly that all the Nazgul were male. So, yeah, it is possible that there's a female Nazgul. The Rings, the Shadow of War game also has, I think, in the DLC 2 female Nazgul, interestingly. And yeah, interesting side story, the voice, the sound the Nazgul make in the Peter Jackson films is made by Fran Welch when she was sick or something. She had a weird voice, and they used this to for the Nazgul scream. And so they are voiced by a woman, actually. It's kind of funny. I think it would help more if they just would have let so much unnecessary stuff out of it. Let fewer plot lines. Maybe bring the Half-Foots and the Stranger in much later. But they wanted them so bad for season 1 for their mystery box. Is he Sauron or is he Gandalf or an Istar? And versus is Halbrand Sauron or just a normal guy or whatever? Will he become the Witch King or whatever? A lot of theories were going on there at the beginning, and for this approach, they needed to establish this. Just imagine we would have all the Half-Foot time somewhere else, or if Galadriel was not on the ocean for an episode, and then the whole Galadriel Numenor stuff, and then coming back and the Southland stuff. If you would just cut out all this nonsense and just start, here's Numenor, Gil-galad writes Numenor a letter, Numenor responds, doing things in the Southlands, whatever. You could have just made it so much shorter, and then you would have so much time to develop all these set pieces here. I would not indefinite time, but definitely more time. And I think that would have helped. It would be interesting to hear if the conflict between Kingsman and Faithful was confusing or understandable. Yeah, especially by somebody who doesn't know the law, right? It does state they are men as in humans. Yeah, the Nazgul are, of course, men. That is stated, but it's not clear if they are male. They could also be female Nazgul in theory. I think they were all male, though. The Witch King definitely was male there. We looked into it. Frodo says him, so he uses like a male pronoun for him, so I would assume that's an indicator that he's male. That's not the case for the others, though, and so on. So, yeah, it is possible. Maybe leaves the Half-Foots out completely. Yeah, maybe. Though I kind of like the stuff. Respect pronouns. Yeah, for sure. But It's complicated, I guess, but whatever. I think the tension between good and bad for the stranger, as he is learning about the powers, would have been more interesting without the mystery box. Yeah, exactly. I would agree on this. And they could have spent less time on building this mystery box, and then we would have more time for other things. Yeah, in Peter Jackson film, they are all male. At least we only see 5 of them on the weather top. Weirdly, even though 9 are getting there for whatever reason. In the books, it's only 5 on the weather top, and Peter Jackson stick to 5 as well. And they're all male. But they are voiced by a female, though. Like they're not there when they talk, but when they scream. The Nazgul scream is made by a woman. I mean the intro. Okay. Yeah, Kamul the Easterling might also be male. But the Witch King and Kamul are pretty much the only of the Nazgul we really know, which have kind of a name and can be identified, which is different, I think, for the others. There were 7 left. One could be a woman or whatever. I don't think so. Like I said, I think Tolkien's intention was that they are male all, but it's just my guess here. I mean, their gender also doesn't play a role for what they kind of want to, or what they are in the story. It's only interesting for us if a female character could become an Nazgul, and the idea was Earian maybe becomes one. It's possible. I'm not sure what they will do with Earian in this show. Hard to tell. Will she come to her senses and then maybe unite a bit with her father, or will she go into the abyss? Who knows? It's a bit genderqueer thing, though, to choose a female word witch and a male word king for your name. That's a good point. Tolkien for sure wrote something about this name, right? Would be interesting, the Witch King, where the idea comes from. But yeah, there are definitely some candidates where I think, okay, those get easily ensnared by Sauron, and they're in a powerful position. We know that 3 of the Nazgul were of Númenórean race, so there's definitely something. Okay, I'm not sure how it's pronounced though. While in modern English, Tolkien Gateway writes the following. While in modern English, witch has mostly female connotations, referring to a hag or a sorceress, in Middle English, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Wixe? Maybe something like this. Witcher had no gender distinction. The preference of witch for female persons, a male referred more usually as a wizard, evolved later through the centuries. Tolkien used the archaic gender unspecific meaning of the term, which was a man who practices witchcraft or magic, a magician, sorcerer, or wizard. So that's the explanation here. Source for this... okay, the source for this is actually Wayne G. Hammond and Christina Scull, in The Lord of the Rings, A Reader's Companion, page 21, citing from the Oxford English Dictionary. Interesting. So that's the source for this claim, and very interesting. That's also the reason why Tolkien Gateway is a fantastic wiki, because they very often give sources to what they claim. That helps, of course. Yeah, for sure. Witch Doctor. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, I'm also with Don there. I'm guessing Elendil might go to Andunia in the west and meet up with Anarion. Yeah, I also hope we will see Anarion. I could also imagine this. We talked about the vision earlier. And my theory, at least, and I wouldn't call it our theory, but here it is. Here he leaves basically the capital. Maybe he goes west, and then he meets with Anarion or something. Just a theory, but yeah, whatever. You can definitely have male witches in English. It's kind of the fault of popular culture. So, yeah, I think, as I said, it came later, as stated here, and so on. It doesn't matter too much. It's more about Frodo's describing him and so on and so forth. Like, he uses him for when he talks about the Witch King. He sees a Witch King unclad while using the One Ring, so he maybe has an idea how he looks. There might be a difference between like normal people, so to say, what they think and what the dictionary says and so on, for sure. Depends the sinking ship. Well, so yeah, then the fight breaks out. Kemen tries to drown Valandil. And yeah, from the last episode, he says, like, he insulted Kemen and so on. So Kemen is kind of angry and wants revenge. He maybe goes a bit overboard with this, in my opinion. But Valandil manages to free himself, breaks the arm of Kemen, and is then, yeah, basically has him. Could kill Kemen. Of course, we have to ignore that the guards here have kind of trouble with these people without weapons, and are not paying attention to what happens to Kemen. I mean, I would also excuse me. Maybe the guards also don't like Kemen that much. They say, yeah, whatever. He will be fine, for sure. And Elendil calms him down. Like, returns the favor, basically. Like, Valandil calmed down Elendil. Now Elendil calms down Valandil. And yeah, the way he frees from the guard there, like, I don't know. Maybe the guards also don't really want to fight these people. Who knows? And then he drops, like, Valandil drops the sword right next to Kemen. You can maybe see it here, this little line on screen. It's a bit tough to see, but this here. That's the sword falling down right next to Kemen, so he can potentially grab it later. It's also, I think, the sword of Kemen. And then, yeah, Kemen stabs Valandil, of course. Unfortunately. It's, I think, the big shock of the show. I'm so sad that Valandil is taken out as a result, because I really liked his character. It's so unfortunate, but he was stabbed through, I don't know, it looks like a very deadly wound. And yeah, then unfortunately Valandil dies. And Kemen washes the sword of his blade in the water. And basically says, yeah, we should blame this on Elendil. Inform the jailer he was the one who started the uprising. And yeah, there was kind of... I expected that Valandil might die at some point. I hope we would have him a bit longer in the show. The problem is we don't have that many characters in Numenor, in my opinion. There are a few. We have Pharazôn, Kemen, Eärien, Elendil, sometimes Isildur, Valandil we had. But that's basically it, right? Therefore, Miriel, of course. Pharazôn I mentioned, right? I forgot. Maybe the High Priest later. But not that many. Maybe they have to introduce a few more. Because for such a big set piece and island, well, very few characters we know there, in my opinion. Belzegar, of course. Yeah, that's a good point. No, they blame it on Elendil, of course. Poor Valandil. Yeah, I will miss Valandil, to be honest. Valandil is the son that succeeds Isildur. Yes, Valandil is Isildur's son that becomes his heir. The only surviving son of Isildur later. Maybe that's kind of ironic that here Valandil dies and in later ages, spoiler, after the death of Isildur, only Valandil survives. Well, all his brothers all die. Yeah. I also assume that Isildur will name his youngest son after his friend here, when he learns about the death. It's quite tragic, I think. I'm pretty sure the gods have feeling, not in the script, but in theory, yes. I'm amazed that Kemen managed to stab Valandil with a broken right shoulder. It's surprisingly difficult to drive a sword through a person. I can't even slice a chicken into pieces with a sharp knife. Yeah. I mean, in film it's always easy, I guess. Yeah. And then they get shipwrecked and lands on the real Numenor, not the fake crappy one. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't name his firstborn son after him, though. Can't have been that good friends. I think his other sons, if we see the sons of Isildur, we might not only see Valandil as his son. Like in the book, this scene here never happens, so the mother got to name the first son. That's also a good idea. Okay, chat. This was, I think, the last Numenor scene we got. Wait, I still show you the last screenshot of the scene. So yeah, Elendil will be blamed for this. The guards are also arresting him. We have a scene from the trailers where we see him, I assume, in a prison jail, and he's visited by media. I assume we will see this next, or in some future episode. I think the clothes are also fitting here. And then in the water, of course, we see shells with lights in the water. That's the last scene here of Numenor here, and I think with this we discussed the whole episode, right? Is there a scene I forgot, chat? Something you want to discuss still? Because it's late, I'm hungry, I'm tired. I really need to go to bed. Yeah, I think that's basically it. I didn't expect that we would talk so many hours about this episode. But yeah, it was a very interesting episode. It was one of the first things I wrote somewhere. Interesting episode. It definitely is an interesting one. I think maybe the best, or one of the best episodes so far. It has still its things. The Gladden Fields disaster is very sad, yeah, for sure. Locked up in the same jail as Galadriel and Halbrand were last season, I guess, yeah. It seems the jail is this tower here at the beginning where the fire comes out. And under this tower, I think there's a jail. And this is on a small island, and this island is called Tol Uinen. Not in the film, in the show though, but on the Atlas of Middle Earth. Tolkien has some obscure note, I think in Unfinished Tales, that there is an island in the Bay of Romena called Tol Uinen, named after the wife of the Maya Osse, and the wife is also a Maya and called Uinen. Both are Maiar of Ulmo. Managed to go through all the stuff. Just took me, like, I can't believe this. I streamed now 9 hours today, chat. 9. With the watch party, to be fair. So we have to subtract, like, what is the stream time counter here? Four hours we streamed here. No, 6 hours 50. I just said, hey, 4 hours? It sounds very little. So this stream is now 6 hours 50, almost 7 hours. And the other stream was also that long, which is a clear indicator that I'm kind of crazy, I would assume. And that is the most likely explanation for this. Yeah, the other stream also was 6 hours. So I discussed this episode for 12 hours. I don't know why. We discussed tons of other stuff. And I feel like I still have missed something. So there was a lot of stuff simply here to explain, to look, and so on. Still, I think from here on I can see the show maybe developing into the right direction. I mean, we just discussed the invisibility of rings and the power to make people invisible for like a bit hours. I rushed a bit through the Numenor section here at the end, to be fair. 2 hours were map-based, of course. Yeah, yesterday we spent 2 hours to convince you to go to bed. Maybe 1 hour. But yes. Looking forward to watch the beginning of the stream tomorrow, yeah. Much fun with it. I hope it is at least interesting. Yeah, it were 2 or 3 hours for the first 2 screenshots. Yeah, the first 2 screenshots, that was the invisibility stuff. We read so many different text things and discussed so many edge case scenarios. It was less about the episode, it was simply more about the lore of the rings, you know? I mean, you were there 3,000 years ago, but it's always fun. Yeah, it might be too long. Some people already wrote, "Is this too long? I don't have time to watch all of this." Will be their summary. So maybe I work on a summary at times. So if it pops up in episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 summary at some point, don't wonder. Yeah, exactly. That's also a good point by Tar Elenion. That was set there by Uinen herself, the Lady of the Seas. Unfinished Tales, exactly. Yeah, we'll maybe make some stuff. The invisibility. I have a video about invisibility, by the way. I already made the video. Sometimes I feel like just for the show I should re-upload all the videos. Topic for later. Did the Darkland break up after the change of the world to become Indonesia, Australia, and Antarctica? Yeah, I guess that's potentially the explanation. Your video on the seen and unseen is a classic. Thank you, Crafty Spirit. Yeah, it really is. But what discussing this is definitely a long thing. So yeah, we'll wrap it up now, chat. If nobody has something that I forgot or I should mention, I had something in my head earlier where I said, "Oh, that's I wanted to mention was some detail," but I for sure missed something. Some detail though that is sometimes noticeable, especially when CGI stuff is happening or so, or green screen stuff. That sometimes the eyes of the actors are not perfectly aligned to where something should actually be, because on the scene they were filming they didn't see it, and then the line of sight didn't fit perfectly. That's something you notice at times if you really, really get pedantic looking to everything. So yeah, Kemen definitely big Nazgul candidate. Many could also try to get some kind of redemption arc later or so, who knows? I don't know, but I would also guess it might have an ill end with this guy. Adar Galadriel next episode. So predictions next episode. Maybe make a separate video about predictions, but I feel it very hard to predict. So Galadriel will talk to Adar and convince him to not attack Eregon because Sauron, that's what Sauron wants. And we should not do what Sauron wants. That I can definitely see next episode. I think the confrontation of the wizards might be something for next episode. Though it feels a bit big for like a little side thing. Also, Aris Aurelian, thank you so much for your generosity. Much, much appreciated. It's a fourth age and a global catastrophe. I don't know. My streams are the global catastrophe, I think. Maybe cute puppy that snacked Waldrek or Waldre could eat Kemen. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that's redemption for Kemen. I also don't think so. But who knows? I don't know. The writing could go into any direction. To be honest, after 2 hours or so, I was on the verge to leave the stream because I wanted to get discussing the episode. Good that I stayed later. It came more related to the show. Yeah. The problem is sometimes I feel when I just can't make these streams, I want to, like, I don't know. My mind is always maybe somebody who doesn't know the books in and out, which quite a few people for sure don't. And it's not a problem. I feel like to explain all the ring stuff to them and what we know from the books. This is a book channel that covers book lore. As a result, I feel like I try to explain as much and read as much as I can from the books, just to give the background that you might need to understand, the references and details. And sometimes if you do this with like very slow and very unstructured, as I do, with a lot of repetition and I don't know, a lot of discussion of edge cases, and suddenly you talk 2 hours about one screenshot. So yeah, glad it turned out better, more episode focused later. But yeah. Good night, Chris. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, the amazing bad boy. Sleep well. See you next time. Oh, the timing of the Fourth Age suggests it might end with something like the biblical flood. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, sorry to hear, Rosemary. Holy moly. Get food, hydrate, and sleep. Yeah, I will do this because I'm just tired. I'm glad you stayed so long and listened to my rambling. Eat, sleep, Tolkien, repeat. Yeah. So when's the next stream? On Sunday, I'm at the German Tolkien Society again discussing the episode. I have no idea how long we will talk about this. This is an episode it feels like impossible to discuss. I can't even make a review of this episode because it's so strange. It would take forever. But yeah, I don't know, chat. It's a strange episode. It's kind of a good episode with some downsides, but there's a lot to unpack in this episode. Quite interesting, I think. Had a good setup for, like, the conflict is set up now somewhat. So next episode, Eregion might have stuff happen. I also predict that the rings of the 9 rings of power will be created off stream, and I think that they won't be distributed to men yet. I think Eregion will be attacked, the 9 rings are done, and then Sauron wants to take the rings and get out of there and give them to men at some point or whatever. I don't know exactly. I left, walked to the store, and back and rejoined the stream. Yeah, well, that's... And that was late in the stream. Well, it's a very long stream. My clock here on the Twitch stream says 9 hours right now. So I was streaming for 9 hours today. I hope you appreciate that, chat. But yeah, I really need to call an end here because it's just getting too late. So let me run the credits. Shoutouts especially to a lot of people like Vikram and so on, but also Blinded Fool for today, for the huge amount of what on earth is going on there? I'm confused. But yeah, huge shout outs to all the supporting people and so on. Thank you so much for that, for your generosity. Also to Ares Aurelian again. Much, much appreciated, people. And I would say have a fantastic rest of the day. I need to update the credits, I know, but not the time yet. Very fun talking with all of you over the last couple of days. Thanks, Chris, for the great hosting. Yeah, no problem. There will be more content, and Thursday we have the next episode. Maybe we discuss that a bit faster then, I don't know. Potentially not. We will find out. Kick deep, you shouldn't be awake. Yeah, I definitely should not be awake anymore. So, I don't know. Is there anything I forgot? Like I said, Saturday for the German-speaking viewers, I'm on the German Tolkien Society YouTube channel discussing the show as every week. And I don't know what I do tomorrow. Maybe I also plan doing maybe something for the German channel as well. So a lot of German content. Who knows? But also here for this channel, I might do a small video about the rings and what they actually do or something. Thought about this as well. But maybe then earliest next week, Monday or Tuesday or something. You will see it. So if you haven't pressed the like button yet, though, that's, I guess, the most important part for us YouTube people, then, yeah, it would be, of course, appreciated if you do so. Like, press the like button, and what else to say? Subscribe if you haven't, and you get also maybe notified if you press a stupid bell. You know, this sometimes, the bell that sometimes doesn't work. And beyond that, chat, I have no clue. We have the bell. We have likes, comments, maybe. Yeah, that also help. Be nice to each other in the comments, please. And I would say thank you for watching, and see you people next time. Goodbye.